Okie dokie. All right. Who's my number one fan? Who has an ungodly amount of hours watching my stream? Anonymous had over 2,000 hours. That's a lot of hours. It's probably because of it's probably because of the VODs too. That is a lot. Congratulations. Does anyone have Anonymous beaten? You have 1,900 hours? Okay. Okay. Ronald, thank you for the 17 months. Just want to say thank you to you and the community for everything. It's been a tough year, but I'm super thankful for everyone. Ronald, what the hell? Dude. My God. I hope you got a really nice bonus. I hope you got a very, very, very lovely bonus, or will be getting a bonus for how hard you've been working. And thank you. That is an insane amount of subs. Yeah, our favorite Oiler. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Dang, I watch every show. I only have 1,100 hours. Well, you gotta get those numbers up. Moonside Boop, thank you for the 13 months. Soul Boot, thank you. You can't. I was banned. Well, that's on you. It's your fault. Shouldn't have been banned for 5 years. I saw that a bunch of people had tagged me in their end of the year Twitch recaps, which is very sweet. Here's some photos to reward our favorite gay Oiler. I mean, he is really in a league of his own. Jonathan Bailey, this king. No way he's gay. Yeah, he is. He is so hot. And not only is he hot, he plays a better straight man than most straight actors. Jonathan Bailey. Yeah, I mean, like, this first picture, come on. Come on. This man is flying the rainbow flag. But he's such a good actor that he plays straight better than most straight men. I haven't seen Fellow Travelers. He is so filled with chemistry for every co-star that he has. That man knows how to do chemistry. Okay, I have to tell you guys a funny story. I'm not going to say who it is, but speaking of gay men with chemistry, someone came up to someone came up to me in Austin. Well, I went over to Austin at the Streamer Awards after party because I hadn't like hung out with him all night. So I went over to him, and he had been talking in a group, and he was talking to somebody who I've known for quite some time. And this person goes, "Oh my God, I just can't believe how much chemistry you and Austin have." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, thanks." Like, seriously, you guys are like a married couple. Said, you know, we have been accused of that from time to time. They go, you guys were so good in the tub together. And I think I clocked it 2 seconds before Austin did. And I turned to Austin. I was like, "Oh my God, wasn't that so fun? I loved those clips of us in the tub." And his eyes like do this, and I grip his arm. I was like, "Babes, when are we getting back in?" And then the person who had made those comments was like, "See, look at them. Look at them. They're like a married couple." You to goat, you to goat. And I just have to say, it is an honor. It is an honor to be confused with Valkyrie, okay? Even though under normal circumstances, it'd be like, yeah, we're both just half Asian girlies. We really don't look anything alike. But because it's Valkyrie, I'm like, I'll take it. No, it was not Pokey. No, it was not a streamer. It was not a streamer, but I will say it's not the first time that I have been confused with Valkyrie. But you know what? I just went with it. I just simply went with it. And I said, "Austin, when are we getting back in the tub?" Yeah, maybe it was the spray tan. Maybe it was. Yes, we're gonna watch part 2 of the video. Let me just get through some things. We got a lot to cover tonight. A lot to cover tonight. Can we talk about the real drama? Okay, Romeo and Juliet. That's my podcast producer. What is going on? That slut. Wow. The passion is jumping off the screen. Will, why do we look so good in this photo? I don't think there is a single picture of Will kissing me in the way that I could pull up 20 photos of him kissing men. Our photos, if we have any kissing photos, it'll be like when your lips look like two butts kissing. Perdeed is 0007. Thank you for the 14 months. Brenner, thank you for the 16 months. Melody, thank you for the 18 months. Who do you think got him to produce the podcast? Yeah, absolutely. Austin really is the straightest gay man, and Will really is the gayest straight man. It's true. It is true. God. Sorry you had to find out this way. I find out all these things on the internet. But I did talk to Austin. I was like, okay, all jokes aside, we should do the tub, me, you, and Will. Me, you, and Will. in a large tub, please. I don't want to be squeezed into a tiny tub. Can I interest you in a dramatic pair of gay twins? They're so annoying. Those guys are so annoying. I haven't even clicked on the link, and I already know who it is. Yeah, it's the Oscar expert twins. They drive me. Can I be honest? A lot of YouTube, Twitter, YouTube/Twitter awards people drive me insane. I like Dan Murrell. I like Dan Murrell, and that's pretty much it. They're so self-serious. They have a traumatic mental breakdown in this one. Okay. I don't want to watch the whole thing of it, but if there's like a specific part. I have Dan's breakdown Golden Globe noms that we might get to. Yeah, if you want to be exposed to some of the most dramatic, annoying people online, people who do awards show. Okay, I know I'm like kind of describing myself here, but people who are like award show experts, but in an annoying way. Yeah, Dan's very by the numbers, so it's less it's less drama. But it's also the type of people who like start doing early Oscar predictions in the summer. Like Cannes Film Festival will take place and they will immediately do their Oscars predictions and then pretend like they're serious people. You do it in a cool, not annoying way. Yeah, not in a cool, awesome way like me. Yeah. Uh-huh. You're my most watched streamer this year. Anyway, I was talking about the Streamer Awards recap. I was tagged in a lot of people's Streamer Awards recaps, and I will say there were quite a few that really surprised me because it was like me either as their top one or like number two, and then no one else on the list who I would have thought would be in the top five. Like no Cutie, no Will, no Hassan, no Sam. Because usually, you know, it's like, okay, if you watch Hassan, you watch me. If you watch Will, you watch me. If you watch there was one person who I was their top streamer, and their other top five were let me see. Yeah. Ms. Kiff, Extra Emily, XQC, and NMP. And I was the number one. I was like, okay. Okay. No, not even hate watching. No. Like, this is someone who wrote a really sweet post and was like, I know that's right. That's my number one. NMP was my number one. You were my second. I like the random ones like that. I got to be honest, okay? Because I expect everyone to be like Will, Caroline, Hassan, Caroline. And so when there are lineups that don't include either Will or Hassan, I'm like, okay, now that's interesting. Now that is interesting. Sam is probably my real top five if ours were inflated. Yeah, I did see some people express confusion because they're like, I know for a fact that I watched this one person over and over and over. Like, for me, wait, can you see the top chatters this year? Yeah, okay, here's who we have. All right, if you think you're a top chatter, sound off. If you think there's, okay, 3, 6, 9. There's 9 top chatters. I watched you for 500 more hours than Will. Okay, let's go. All right. Ready? Here we go. In no particular order. Concussed Keeper. BR203215. KSB Zozo. It's 3. Ashley. Ashley, you made it. Oh, wait, you know what this is? No, I don't think this is top chatters. It just says biggest fans of the year. Is that most hours watched? No, or is that top chat? I don't think it tells me who my top chatters are. It just says biggest fans. Unclear. Okay. So it just says your biggest fans of the year. Concussed Keeper BR, KSB Zozo, Ashley, Arson Chile. It's Not Unusual. Brenner. Anonymous. And Ugh, It's Flipped. You're my second most viewed because I leave Hassan's stream on all day. Hassan does stream literally all day, every day. I sent 33.1 thousand chats in here this year. Does anybody have does anyone have more chats and more hours than they do from last year? Okay, who's fallen off and who's become even more of a mega watcher chatter? You're a top streamer, followed by Sam Witch. Who's fallen off and who's fallen in? This is the first year you beat Hassan #1 spot for me. Probably because I game more. I put more gaming hours in. All right. Well, if you fell off, do what needs to be done to fall back in. I don't care if you're like, but I have a job. Quit. Work on company time. 2022, I watched 17,000 hours of Twitch. Nandre, how? Nandre, I don't understand your hours because you stream all the time. Okay, you fell off to 7,000 hours this year. That's still a lot. Do you have like a million streams open at once? Like, you are in my stream when you are streaming. That is wild. I watch you and Will while I'm live. I know. I remember in the beginning when you would be in chat, I'd be like, oh, he must not be streaming. It was like, oh no, he is streaming. There's only 8,760 hours in a year. How does he do it? My top is Hassan, Graham, Carter, Caroline, Diddleberg in that order. I've gifted 2,600 subs this year. Yeah, was anybody looking back on how many subs they gifted and was like, oh, holy shit. That is like $15,000. Which we salute you. Salute you. Anonymous, I don't even want to know because I know that you are in VOs. I know, like, every time I'll click onto someone who like someone's stream, it'll have just anonymous gifted subs. And then obviously in here, I gifted $6.91 this year, mostly to you. Who were my top streamers? Let's see. Wait, I'm still trying to figure out though. Okay, let me look at my other numbers. So I streamed for 1,617 hours, a total of 302 streams. So that's less than I did last year. I think last year I had like 380 somehow. I don't know how. I had more streams, but I think my internet went out a lot more too. But I had more streams than days. I fell off. Yeah, I have fallen off and I need to fall back in. I'm not fully convinced Anon and Nandre don't have clones of themselves. Well, okay, look, Nandre is a streamer. Anonymous and some of y'all, I know you have jobs. I know you have full-time jobs. And I see those hours not just in here. It's one thing if it's like, okay, I have a shit ton of hours in Caroline's chat, but that's it. Like I don't watch anywhere else. Like I'm here. Some of y'all it's like thousands of hours in multiple streams. How do you do anything else? Like for me, I go, okay, I have movies to watch. I have shows to watch. I have like other forms of entertainment. Plus, you know, work and everything I do for stream and podcast things. You guys just always have it on. It really is just constant background noise. Somehow I've watched more movies this year than I have in years. Are you Edward Cullen? Are you guys like Edward Cullen where you don't need sleep? So you're playing Claire de Lune on the piano and watching thousands of hours of Twitch. You go live when I get home from work. Anything else is at work or multiple streams open. The Voices. I do it because I maybe think it helps you streamers. No, look, let me be very clear. I'm teasing here, but like without people watching my stream, I got nothing, right? So open 10 tabs. As I said, if you fell off, fall in. Okay? Only because when I'm doing something and I pull up Twitch, I can only watch for a little bit until I have to close it out. Because I got to do whatever I got to do. Like the only times that I can have Twitch on and not have to turn it off is when I'm doing something like cleaning or laundry or getting ready for stream. That's why you're a streamer, not a viewer. True. All right. So I had 2 total streams, 300 distinct days streamed, 2.9 million total hours watched. Let's go. Here's my top categories of the year. Just Chatting, Elden Ring, Walking Dead, Silent Hill 2, and Grand Theft Auto 5. It was in the top 10% for Just Chatting, Elden Ring, and The Walking Dead. Top stream of the year, 23.2 thousand viewers. I think that was my birthday stream when I got a raid from NMP. There were a total of 4.3 million chats sent in this chat. Wait, can I see that poll? Was Caroline your top streamer? How do I see the results of that? Shoot. It was like 70-ish, yes. Okay, so the 30% of you need to fall back in. I had over 1,000 hours watching Bob Ross, and that stream is only on the weekends. That's so funny. Okay, I had 24 collaborations. Oh my God. My top collaborators. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Wake Wilder and Dan Clancy. DJ Clancy. Because of the Knock Knocks. Because of the Knock Knocks. Are those still a thing? Are people doing those? Are people still... Did you talk to him much at the Stream Awards? Yeah, we chatted a little bit. Second biggest CEO collab of the year. My top raids were Will Neff, Jay Marianne, and Mafia Jakes. Shout out. Shout out. I had over 7,000 chats this year, and 6K of them were in here. Thanks for the community. Let's go. Are you going to watch this? Yeah. 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 So I had Jay Marianne was really close to Will's numbers here. Will rated me 40 times. Jay Marianne 30 raids. And then I rated 273 times. Will Neff, I sent over 38 times. Nandre, 26 raids. And Jaina Splinters, 17 raids. Okay, there were 3,000 clips made of me. Are you not sharing your... Oh, here, you guys want to see it? Here you go. There were... Okay, here's the top emotes. How funny is it that Sequan Heart or Sequan Love is always the top emo, and that's not even mine. I mean, it's technically not mine. It was the first emote I chose because it was on it was like one of the emotes available. It is mine now, though. It is my emote, but technically it's an affiliate emote that I had nothing to do with whatsoever. It's just when I was choosing emotes, I chose this. He's so cute, though. Look at this little guy. I know. I really should upgrade it. I should. But it is also kind of sweet. That is one that is consistently the top emote. This little guy. And it's been there from the beginning. It's not technically mine. Can we get new sub badges next year too? Yeah, I think that these expire. I remember I bought them on Etsy. I bought them on Etsy and it only went all the way up to 1 year. But now we've been cooking. We're at 2+ years. Do you guys like them? I guess I could add, I guess we'll keep those and then I'll just get maybe new sub badges for higher month amounts. I think they're cute. Look, I worked so hard for this. I think they're really cute. I like them. But maybe I just add in some new stuff. I know I need to add some more. I need to add some more emotes. Stuff like that. Yeah. This is so funny to me. Well. 3,000 clips, unique clippers, 685. It's so funny that this is my top viewed featured clip because I think it might be the only featured clip because I accidentally posted this. Hi. You were my top rater. Aww. My top. Give me a high five.
Is he on a little walk?
Uh-huh. My top rater.
Yay.
You want to know who my top collaborator was?
Sam.
DJ Clancy.
What?
DJ Clancy. Wait, I collaborated with myself? Dragon on me! Thank you for the 5. The 5 Wilnef booby subs. Wait, how did I collaborate with myself? Carolyn Kwan, 1 collaboration. How'd I do that? How is that even possible? Like, does anybody else? I need to know if anybody else has this. I don't know, but you figured it out, Queen. Yeah, I guess I did. I figured out how to collab with myself as only I could. As only I could. Yeah, life finds a way. Life finds a way. You should do this with the knock knocks. Oh, is that when they yeah, the Christmas caroling is so cute. Except I have to be honest, I feel like if I knocked on people's stream to Christmas carol to them, they'd be like, "Oh my God." No. When it's Leslie and Me Young, everyone's like, "Oh my God, it's so cute." If it's me, they'd be like, "Oh, Jesus." Like if Leslie and Me Young knock on Cutie to sing her Christmas carol, she'd be like, "Oh, that's nice, thanks." If it's me, she'd be like, "Oh God, what do you want?" Christmas caroling. Yes, Christmas caroling. All right. Lots of new followers, lots of new subscribers, lots of hype trains, lots of channel points. What is this goat? Should have done trick-or-treating. Oh, yeah, that would have been great. Okay, based on all this recap data, this year you were the clippable rating Just Chatting Champion of the Year. Oh, was I? Was I? Is that the case? Wow. The clippable rating Just Chatting Champion of the Year. Hey, I don't know if you guys know who I am, but I am the clippable rating Just Chatting Champion of the Year. Bossa Nova Babe, thank you for the 15 months. I was the champion of the year. How are you also the champion? No, something's not adding up here. Now hold on. on a second. You have over 980 clips downloaded of mine. Make it an even 1,000. Yeah, the clippable rating just chatting champion of the year. Surely you must be talking about Caroline Kwan. Yeah, that's how I'm going to pitch myself, okay? Like when I'm trying to get interviews with talent and filmmakers in the entertainment industry, I'm going to say, "Hi, yeah, my name is Caroline Kwan. I'm the clippable rating just chatting champion of the year. Would love to have an interview. Would love to set up an interview here. I have not heard back from the No Other Land guys. I do have to say, I think probably Twitter is not a good place to reach out. Knowing my own experience with Twitter DMs, which I closed. I don't even have DMs open. But yeah. Twitter, and a lot of people just really are not on Twitter. Share your recap. Clippable rating just chatting champion of the year. Did anyone here beat 1,369 hours? Yes. Yes. We got people in the 2,000 range. Yeah. I love the recaps. You guys want to see my viewer recap? You know what I bet? I bet it is literally the exact same as last year. Farley! Oh my God, why is... What, sir? Yes? Yes. Hey, Will? Oh shit, Chuggies. Permission to hit the bong, Big C. Permission granted. Permission granted. No, I have more hours. Because sometimes I leave, sometimes I have streams open, like on Twitch. Like if you raid someone and then it goes into their stream, or whenever I raid Will, I have his stream up, and then like when he hosts streams, etc. Okay, like 620 hours watch. I know I haven't watched that many. I know I haven't watched that many. Because you guys know I leave, it's like my gaming hours where I just leave things open. No, it's not even, she's in denial like I am. 620 hours seems like a lot of hours. Like I'm trying to think of actively watching for 620 hours. I don't even think I have, let's see. Well, I guess that's like half an hour a day. How could anyone watch that much Twitch? How? Did you see Brett Cooper? Oh, my twin is leaving Daily Wire. You know what? Maybe she wants to join the Kwan News Network. Okay, distinct days. Those numbers seem good. Your top categories of the year: Just Chatting, Elden Ring, Fortnite, World of Warcraft. Arctic eggs? What is that? What is Arctic eggs? Wait, I have literally never heard of this game. Will played it? Oh, okay. That's probably it then. That's probably it. Your favorite streamers of the year? Hasanabi, Central Committee, Will Neff, Cutie Cinderella, Jay Marianne. I think this is what it was last year. No Sandwich, no, because Sam streams at the same time as me. I will watch. I'll like tune into Sam's stream if I'm not streaming. I wish they would give you a full list. What about NMP? It's too early. NMP like ends by the time I'm getting up. Like usually I'll wake up, I'll like open Twitch, see what's going on, see who's up to what. And then I usually go and like get some shit done. And then sometimes in the afternoon I'll open Twitch up again. And then I watch in probably 20 to 30 minute segments max, because like I said, I cannot listen to Twitch if I have to do something else. You sent the most chats to me. Let's go. No support to your podcast partner. You know what, Sam? You need to stream then. Sam needs to stream. Because here's the fucking thing. Up until I would say about like a month and a half ago, I was streaming a shit ton. I was looking at my monthly hours and I was streaming like 150 hours a month. I was frequently doing 7-8 hour streams. And Sam, I remember I had a conversation with her and she was like, I really only like to stream about 5 hours. I said, yeah, that sounds pretty good. I just try to do everything. I try to do news and then I try to do reacts and then I try to do gaming. So it will add up to 7-8 hours. And then I had a conversation with Wake, who is also like, I think 5 hours is where, because except for like World of Warcraft, because Wake was streaming crazy hours beforehand. You also don't really take days off. Yeah, I've been better about that. I mean, granted, Mondays, it's like podcast day. I mean, I'm at Sam's for usually 6+ hours on podcast days. So Mondays I'll wake up and like look through news as I normally do for streams, figure out stuff for the podcast, review whatever it is that we're doing for the Patreon, and then I'll head over there. Yeah, you were streaming a fuck ton like you were going to be reprimanded or something. You treat it like you were a game developer. But yeah, there were like, I would, it kind of put it into perspective when someone like Sam, for instance, would go live after me and then get off at either the same time or like oftentimes before I would finish streaming. I'm like, yeah, you know, I think it's probably better for me to do shorter streams than I was doing, and not feel this pressure to stream every single day. You see our watch times, you have to take time. Yeah, that's true. I do have to. Okay, 351 subs gifted. Okay. Chat sent as a mod. Okay. I think the only two chats that I'm a mod in is Will and Hassan. Yeah, triple digits. Channels moderated 1. That's definitely Will's. That was definitely when I was pissed off at somebody who was really rude to me. And so I went and found him and banned him in Will's stream. Speaking of the pod, is there anywhere to watch Anora online? It's not showing anywhere near me anymore. Ugh. I think Anora's probably coming to streaming soon, but because it's still in theaters, it hasn't been released yet. But I'm sure in the new year. Did you guys watch Wicked yet? Hee. You'll have to watch the podcast and find out. My top 5 are Zahn, Mike, Caroline, Nandre, Vio. Yeah, you know what? It's good to have Nandre and Vio in there so you have a break from news and commentary. Wait, Anora's available on Amazon? Oh, slay. Slay. Okay. Only for pre-order, not slay. Based on all this recap data, this year you were the Just Chatting Champion of the Year. Really, was I? Was I the Just Chatting Champion of the Year? Yeah. Yeah, nobody else got this besides me. It's so good. It is so good. It is so good. Anora's so good. I found this video of you and Sam from 50 years. 50 years from now. 50 years from now. Which one is...
Ecco, benissimo, tantissimi auguri ai nostri carissimi.
Okay, I think Sam is the one with the knife.
Nipoti gemelli, Filippo e Chiara, che oggi compiono 25
Did you leak
anni.
what we might be doing tomorrow? I have not
Due
yet.
splendidi ragazzi,
I was going to do some
che le vogliamo
announcements.
tante bene e tanti auguri dalle nonne gemelle Monelle. Va bene. Poi facciamo anche gli auguri di Natale.
I like that 50 years from now, Sam and I are Italian. In the year 2074, Sam and I are Italian.
Ci siamo dopate.
Andiamo.
Due alberi di Natale.
Ragazza.
Benissimo.
Auguri a tutti.
Bellissimo.
Bacioni.
Anche a Ledda. Ciao Edda.
Anche lei,
Luigi.
tanti auguri. Ciao a tutti.
Ciao
Bacioni.
a tutti. Ciao a tutti. Io ho cocomero. Okay, so couple announcements, starting with tomorrow, Sam and I are going to play Minecraft to try and beat the game. Like, not all tomorrow necessarily, but Sam is a Minecraft queen, and we were on the phone today. I was like, you know what? We need to bring some gaming back. Now that we do our podcast, we have nothing to do with each other on stream. It's like we started our podcast and then went, nope, we can't stream together. So we're doing first playthrough Slay the Dragon. Yeah. So you guys can thank Sam. If anybody's a Minecraft fan, you can thank Sam for the Minecraft. No, this is y'all in 50 years. I found 2 divas to associate. I can see the future. I can see the future. I can see the future. Critical question, full yarn with Cutie or no? Well, I don't know when she is going to return to stream, and she'll probably be doing like Streamer Awards recaps. So we're gonna see if she wants to join, but that is to be determined. She also has about 100 sponsors that she's working her way through. So I don't know. I don't know if it will be full yarn tomorrow. I had the person who's setting the server up whitelist her, but she's probably not fucking with the internet right now. Oh, that's true. Yeah, she's probably not fucking with the internet. I also called her today and it just kept going straight to voicemail. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, if it were me, I would take as much time off as I could after the Streamer Awards. And then of course the first stream she does back is always like recapping Streamer Awards. Benjamin, thank you for the 4 months. What if she's stuck in Canada? No, okay, I did not see Lolo's tweet on Swift, but I saw the follow-up death threat. So does anybody know what Lolo tweeted about Taylor Swift? I guess I could text him. But I did see the earth is safe from her. You know, that man is the most. I think I'm just going to stay offline and then we'll do the most dangerous things. He is truly the queen of everybody hates me. I'm just going to stay off Twitter and then plays with fire. Oh, this is the tweet. Oh my God, it has 824,000 likes. She can't hurt you anymore. Holy shit. He says he's taking a break from the internet. I scroll and see him live on TikTok. I know. That man couldn't stay off the internet even if he knew, even if he had like been approached by like the ghost of the internet past who was like, if you go on the internet, you will die. He'd be like, I just can't help it. Yeah, let's take a look at some of the threats. Delete that tweet about Taylor or suffer the consequences. I will find you and your family. You won't see your mom again, winky face. Well, joke's on Miss Sparkling. Hijack ya. Because Lolo ain't talking to his mom. You won't see your mom again? That's okay. Yeah, here to spread love and kindness. Here to spread love and kindness. I'm sorry, but this person is definitely 15. Delete that tweet about Taylor, suffer the consequences. I will fine you and your family. You won't see your mom again. Okay, maybe they're not 15. Hashtag US election, hashtag MAGA, hashtag Trump 2024 Vance. Okay, so maybe they're either 18 or 85. Lolo's too unemployed. He's posting like a CEO. He has so little to do. I know. He was popping off about Luigi Mangione. He has been all over the TL. And then apparently he is pissed off the insane Swiftie stands. Oh my God. Lolo. Very normal behavior for a Swiftie. It's not our fault. Now we have to see these savages everywhere. Soon, Sharia law in Europe. Soon, Sharia law in Europe. Yeah, man. Yep. Sharia law. It's here. You want to go take some cute photos underneath the Eiffel Tower? You can't. Sharia law. Yeah, for $2,000 to fine Sharia law, please. Please. Oh my God. You know what this is giving? The Swiftie bio, here to spread love and kindness. It's giving Brittany Mahomes' Instagram bio of be kind. Why is it always the craziest fucking people? Why is it always the meanest bitches who are like, be kind, heart? It's like, art thou going to take your own advice first? I think the funniest thing that Swifties have ever done is when they came after Cutie, and Cutie was like, "I'm one of you. I'm one of you." And they had their pitchforks and they were like, "We will eat our own. We will eat our own." Oh, Ashley, we know this is not you as a Swiftie. We know that there are not. It's not every single Swiftie. But let me tell you, as someone who's been on the receiving end of Swifties and who knows how notorious they are for doing this shit, because like half the fucking planet are Swifties. So you're bound to get a lot of insane ones. It's a whole lot of people. Hashtag not all Swifties. Hashtag not all Swifties. Oh, maybe don't fuck with Swifties. Yeah. That's the problem here. Anyway, okay, that shit is so funny that Lolo just Lolo we need to find this man a job. I love that he was tweeting about trying to defend Luigi Mangione. Can you imagine if that happened? Can you fucking imagine if Lolo somehow ends up on the team? He is he cracks me up though so hard because we'll have conversations about like being online and people being mad at him, and then he'll be like, you know what, I go, just don't respond to things, just take a breather, take some time off. And then next time I go online, I see his ass all over the timeline. And I'll text him and be like, sir, I thought we put you in an internet timeout. I love internet people like Lolo because I'm befuddled at how they pay rent, but like, love that for you. He says that on TikTok too, then comes back and does the same thing the next night. I fucking know. I know. You know what? He is just like Selena Gomez. Lolo, Selena Gomez. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so other announcements. So we've got Minecraft tomorrow. And then Thursday. Sam and I are going to the Game Awards. But then I'm leaving the Game Awards because I'm going to the Squid Game premiere, and I am going to be doing a stream and doing interviews. So I'll be interviewing people who are fans of Squid Game, and apparently I get to like hand out some tickets to the premiere, which is super awesome, and I'll be talking to people about like the Squid Games game, so Netflix gaming. And then I will hopefully get interview talent. There's going to be a lot of people at the I know, I wish the Game Awards were not the same night as the Squid Game premiere. It's all happening at once, so I'm going to be doing both. Emily is going. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are going. So talent, streamer wise, going to the Squid Game premiere that I know of. It's me, Austin, and Will, because we'll be streaming together. And then Emily is going. I think Cutie and Lud are going. Cinna. There's a bunch of streamers who are doing it. And then there's a lot of people from the entertainment industry who will be there at the premiere, including talent from the show, and then just like random I don't know. That's like kind of how big premieres in Hollywood are. Is you'll just get like random Netflix talent. If it's a Netflix show, if it's an Amazon show, you'll have like random talent from other Amazon shows. So I'm hoping I can get some cool interviews and capture some footage. Sure, all of offline TV will be there. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be similar to Arcane, where there's a ton of streamers, because it's Squid Game season 2 premiere, but this is specifically about Netflix games. So Netflix is releasing a Squid Games game. Ryan Murphy interview. You know what? If I see Ryan Murphy, I will go up and ask him some questions. Yes. Did you just leak? No. It's been announced. The Squid Games this. I was like, don't freak me out like that. Netflix unveils Squid Game Unleashed. You look scared for a second. Yeah. Because I was like, No. No. How fucking rock hard do you think Ryan Murphy is at who he can cast as Luigi? Dude, he's already cooking up that season. Guarantee. But yeah, I'm really just trying to get these interview opportunities going because I am hopefully before the end of the year I can fit some interviews in, but next year, next year I really want to break through as a major pop culture girly. Jay Marianne, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Keeping up with Jay Marianne was my number 2 as far as raids. Megan to the max, thank you for the prime. Yes. So also I have this group reached out to me, not this group. I now I don't know. I probably shouldn't leak that, but this YouTuber, really big YouTuber and does a show, and yeah, I'm just kind of trying to like get my name out there more, and one day we will be on the Oscars red carpet. No, it's a show that Sam and Cutie have done before. Which I probably shouldn't announce anything until it's been officially done. But anyway, so yeah, I think there's some opportunities coming up. Huge Daily Wire appearance. Well, now that Brett Cooper is gone. Now that Brett Cooper is gone from the Daily Wire, maybe this is my opportunity. Maybe. But yeah, being on the red carpet for the Oscars seems like a lofty goal, but I think we can do it. And if that, like, that's the ultimate goal. There's steps that we take to get along the way, starting with like the Golden Globes, because what a shit show of an award show that is, Like the Golden Globes is really so unserious, and we'll be going over the nominations at some point tonight. But even in their rebrand of we're a serious award show now, because previously the Golden Globes have always been considered like the drunk cousin who's lives in the basement of award shows to the Oscars because of just everything to do with the HFPA, the Hollywood Foreign Press Association, who was the group for a long time that was doing the voting on the Golden Globes because of like all the scandal there. The fact that the Golden Globes is a place where people go, there's an open bar, and they just get fucking wasted. They get wasted. It has historically been a trash award show, but it's like the first major film award show of the year normally. Let's see, it's January 5th, I think. Yeah. So the nominations came out and then the ceremony is January 5th. So that's obviously we've had like the Gotham Awards, Critics' Choice Awards, but as far as like what I see is like the kickoff to the race for the Oscars, it's the Globes, but it's just such fucking trash, even as they have tried to rebrand themselves as like a serious thing. Anyway, so we'll be going through that. We also have the Paul Mescal and Ariana Grande Actors on Actors, which we can take a look at. We're going to look at the Jay-Z. We're going to look at the Jay-Z being named in a lawsuit filed against P. Diddy back in October, where Jay-Z had not been publicly named, but on Sunday it was announced that Jay-Z has been named in this suit, and yikes. Yeah. It also feels gross because Blue Ivy, it's the Mufasa premiere tonight in Hollywood, and I guess she's in that movie. I don't know, voicing a character, I don't fucking know, but Beyonce and Jay-Z and Blue Ivy were on the red carpet tonight or last night or whatever. So it's just it's a whole gross mess. It's a really, really, really gross mess. And it's like, why the fuck did you show up? You know, this is a big moment for your daughter, and there is so much news surrounding you right now. And we will talk about his statement. And it's like your daughter's first major red carpet for something that she was in and not something for like either of her parents is now overshadowed by you and this lawsuit. So maybe you shouldn't have fucking gone, man, because that was literally like a day after all of this broke. Yeah, you know? But this is the Beyonce and Jay-Z way. This is the way where when shit hits the fan, they just they go out, they put on their billionaire superstar faces. I'll never forget when Jay-Z said capitalism is a made-up word. Okay. Did you see the news about the real-life succession with Rupert Murdoch and his son Lachlan and 3 other kids fighting for who controls the media after his death? Yes. It's the real-life succession, and it also was the inspiration for Succession. For Succession. Is it time to talk about how horribly egregious those two have been for decades? Let's wait till we get to that part of the stream tonight. I will say just ahead of time, I am definitely not about reserving all of the ire for Beyonce. I hate in a situation where it's a famous man married to a famous woman that a lot of the attention gets put on the woman when it's like, all right, let's make sure that we maintain the focus here on like who the allegations are against. And when it comes to Jay-Z and Beyonce, you know, there's always been a sketchy element to their relationship because Beyonce was a teenager and Jay-Z was like 30. So we've talked about that before in the past. I can't remember why that got brought up. But yeah, there's always been, I think it was a clip of Beyonce where it was years ago, and she was talking about how Jay-Z taught her to be a woman. Yeah, ooh. Yeah, that was that clip, and we covered it. Right. So no, look, there's definitely criticism of Beyonce that's absolutely fair, and we've talked about it before with like her using Black Panther, real radical aesthetics in her music, but like not being radical whatsoever. I do think in the Jay-Z P. Diddy situation, the focus like on this, especially right now with the information that's come out, is absolutely one to like keep the spotlight on Jay. But I be hearing too much funny business about what age they got together, whatever age it was, he was grown. Yeah. He also dated Aaliyah before he dated, like right before he dated Beyonce. That was also a 10-year age gap. And that was after she had been, she had been a victim of R. Kelly's. So there's a pattern. Yeah, he also dated Rosario Dawson, I think around that time. And there was also a 10-year age gap there too. So there was a period of time when Jay-Z was dating teenage women, even if they were 18 or 19, it's still like, yikes, man, what the fuck? There's a billion shit we never know because all that's behind closed doors. Jay-Z is also a fucking billionaire. He is very, very powerful. He is a billionaire with a ton of power. He has an enormous legal team behind him. He is notorious for being quite ruthless with threatening suits. Like if anybody says anything, if anybody alludes to anything or says anything about him in a public way, then it's a guarantee that a threat will soon follow, which is, you know, not uncommon for somebody of his wealth and status and power. So anyway, I guess we can just start off with the Jay-Z stuff. Did I get through all my announcements? What I have so far? Yeah. So I'll be live tomorrow at some point tomorrow night, Minecraft with Sam. And then Thursday, I won't be doing a desktop stream, but I will be leaving the Game Awards, going to Squid Game premiere, and then doing a live stream from there with Austin Show. With Mr. Austin Show.
This morning, rap mogul Jay-Z is denying allegations.
Let me find my shit here. Let me find it. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie artichoke.
He sexually assaulted a 13-year-old girl alongside rapper Sean Diddy Combs. That civil lawsuit filed against Combs in October was amended Sunday to include Jay-Z. The accuser, identified only as Jane Doe, says she was sexually assaulted by both men at a Video Music Awards after party in 2000.
And here's the thing. So when the P. Diddy allegations started to break, it was like the way that it was understood was that there were people who were also named in these lawsuits, but that had not been publicly revealed, and that more were to come. And I'm telling you, without even knowing what is happening with the investigation, P. Diddy was at the top of the industry and reigned like a god for a very long time. And there were a lot of people in his inner circle who were at these parties with him, who were definitely at minimum aware of what was going on, or at maximum were involved. And it kind of was like all right, it's going to be simply a matter of time when names will start being named, or when people, you know, will potentially be taking plea deals and giving prosecutors what they need for their case, which will begin next year. When does the P. Diddy case? Trial is set for May of 2025. Yeah, so the sex trafficking trial, where Sean Diddy Combs is at the center of it, will begin May of 2025. Yeah, so again, obviously, you know, these are allegations. The trial has not yet began, but it is not surprising that people in Diddy's inner circle, who were his closest friends and business partners, have already been named in the lawsuits that at this point we're up to like 120 plus people who have filed suit, who have made allegations against P. Diddy. I have the Forbes article pulled up. It's really good. Yeah, it rips apart Jay-Z's statement.
In a blistering statement.
Yes. So all that to be said, there will probably be more names that are revealed. And if there are certain names that are not revealed, but that people know were in that inner circle, were like there at his parties at that time, Might be because of plea deals happening behind the scenes. We don't know.
Jay-Z accuses Jane Doe's attorney of trying to blackmail him. He said further, quote, "These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree?" He added, "My only heartbreak is for my family. My wife and I will have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims."
I hate when famous men do this in their statements that they release, where they talk about their daughters, where they're like, think about what this is going to do to my daughter. Every time it is they are allegations involving sexual assault, misconduct, and they make a point to mention their daughters. There's just something that feels so gross about that. It's what Danny Masterson did. Everybody who wrote letters defending Danny Masterson saying he's a good father. Imagine what this is doing to his daughters.
And explain the cruelty and greed of people. Joining us now, Joey Jackson, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. There's a lot to unpack here. Joey, I want to start with just the statement from Jay-Z, which is so forceful in its denial. I just read a teeny part of it. It's long, where he says that they should file a criminal complaint. Is that even
here? Let's pop over and look at the the statement here. Okay, now I will say I have never obviously been in a situation where I am a very famous individual who has been named in a lawsuit alleging that I committed a horrific act of sexual violence against a minor. Okay. But I will say, it seems like this is not it. I don't know what the right statement is, but I do feel like it is not this. And it's funny because all of this broke Sunday afternoon, and then like maybe 2 hours later, Jay-Z had put this statement out. He acted very, very, very quickly. And there have been a lot of things that Jay-Z has gotten in hot water with, and most of the time it's just his legal team that handles it. It's kind of rare that Jay-Z himself this immediately responds to something. Okay, so here's the statement. My lawyer received a blackmail attempt called a demand letter from a lawyer named Tony Busby. So Tony is the guy who is leading a the civil lawsuit where there's like 120 people, 120 victims who are part of this lawsuit against Diddy. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations and the public scrutiny would make me want to settle. No, sir, it had the opposite effect. It made me want to expose you for the fraud that you are in a very public fashion. So no, I will not give you one red penny. These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Okay, so let me just address that real quickly. There's a reason why a civil complaint is being filed, and that is because of the statute of limitations. And if you remember, Cassie's lawsuit against Diddy was civil. And were it not for that lawsuit and the way that Diddy had initially handled it before settling it, it's quite possible that we would not be where we are now with the Diddy House of Cards having crumbled. So for people who want to use why don't you file a criminal suit instead of a civil suit? Like, that is a line of defense that is used all the time to defend powerful men who have allegations against them. Well, first of all, there's a thing called the statute of limitations. Second of all, when it pertains to the Diddy case, do you think that Cassie Ventura, having filed a civil suit against Diddy, because of the nature of it being a civil suit, like, invalidates what Diddy did to her, you know? Because that is a situation where, yes, I think people were ready to invalidate it until hard evidence came out in the form of a hotel video where Diddy was violently assaulting Cassie. And that was evidence that we so rarely have in the first place in a suit of with allegations of this nature, let alone one that the entire public has access to. And it was so damning. It was so damning that even people who are inclined to be like, these powerful men are being victimized because they're rich, were like, yeah, that's pretty fucking bad. So, you know, it's just a reminder that, like, that is what played a major part in Diddy's downfall, in Diddy being where he is now, having countless allegations against him, being awaiting trial for charges pertaining to sex trafficking and racketeering. Okay. All right. Okay, this part is really fucking weird. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? That is so weird. Like, that is a really weird way of wording things. It's also kind of giving Drake's defense that he's not a pedophile, because if he were, he would be in prison. Like, he's too powerful to have gotten away with it. Like, what? Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? These alleged victims would deserve real justice if that were the case. This lawyer, who I've done a bit of research on, seems to have a pattern of these type of theatrics. I have no idea how you have come to be such a deplorable human, Mr. Busby. But I promise you, I have seen your kind many times over. I'm more than prepared to deal with your type. You claim to be a Marine? This is so personal and weird. You claim to be a Marine. Marines are known for their valor. You have neither honor nor dignity. My only heartbreak is for my family. My wife and I will have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will surely see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people. I mourn yet another loss of innocence. Children should not have to endure such at their young age. It is unfair to have to try to understand inexplicable degrees of malice meant to destroy families and human spirit. So it's weird because thus far he has not, like, explicitly said, I did not do this. He's, like, dancing around it. Like I said, I've never been in this situation, so I've never had to put out a statement like this, but I feel like this statement is really bizarre. My heart and support goes out to true victims in the world who have to watch how their life story is dressed in costume for profitability by this ambulance chaser in a cheap suit. Okay, not everybody is a billionaire, Jay-Z. Not everybody is a billionaire. You have made a terrible error in judgment thinking that all celebrities are the same. I'm not from your world. I'm a young man who made it... Jay-Z, you are 55! You are not a young man, dude. 55? The same age as Diddy? What do you mean, young man? Young man in the way that, like, Joe Biden might call you a young man. Joe Biden might be, hey, young man. You sing those songs, young man. Yeah, like, what? Also, you're not fucking from... Okay. I'm a young man who made it out of the project of Brooklyn. We don't play these types of games. We have very strict codes and honor. Why is he acting like he is just a 55-year-old teenage kid? Why is he acting like he is a teenager who literally just escaped the projects? Black people always call everybody young man, woman when they're trying to sound formal. We're weird. This line, I'm a young man who made it out of the project of Brooklyn. It's like, Jay-Z, we know what picture you're trying to paint here, okay? We don't play these types of games. We have strict honor and code. We protect children. You seem to exploit people for personal gain. Only your network of conspiracy theorists, fake physics will believe the idiotic claims that you have levied against me, that if not for the seriousness surrounding harm to kids would be laughable. I look forward to showing you just how different I am. That is so bizarre. So this was Tony Busby's this is Tony Busby's post from a couple weeks ago. I've been sued in Los Angeles in a last-ditch attempt to stop me from revealing names in public lawsuits. It won't work. The irony, the suit against me was filed by a powerful John Doe. Here's my full statement. We won't allow the powerful and their high-dollar lawyers to intimidate or silence sexual assault survivors. It has been reported that a lawsuit has been filed against my firm claiming extortion. The lawyers that filed it also immediately called TMZ in an apparent effort to silence those who allege sexual assault. Here's the deal. The case filed against my firm is not only without legal merit, it is laughable. Here's why. On behalf of 2 clients who allege sexual assault, we sent a standard demand letter to a New York lawyer that we know represents an alleged perpetrator and potential defendant. The letters were sent seeking a confidential mediation in lieu of filing a lawsuit. No amount of money was included in the demand letters. No threats were made. The demand letters sent are no different than the ones routinely sent by lawyers across the country in all types of cases. It is obvious that the frivolous lawsuit filed against my firm is an aggressive attempt to intimidate or silence me and ultimately my clients. That effort is a gross miscalculation. I am a U.S. Marine. I will not be silenced or intimidated. Neither will my clients. Since our professional efforts at resolution obviously have failed, we will instead disclose the demand letters we sent at the time we file suit. Abuse of the legal system unfortunately runs rampant. The lawsuit filed against my firm is a prime example of that. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I have confidence that with full public disclosure, all of this will sort itself out. Interesting. So he posted this a few weeks ago because obviously Jay-Z's legal team had sent this, lawsuit in the direction of his law firm, hoping that it would hoping that it would intimidate, etc., as is standard. Like, this is nothing that is unique to Jay-Z. He is a billionaire with a shit ton of resources and is using the resources at his disposal. But that context there puts this in a different light, where he's talking about a demand letter in the way of this being a blackmail attempt, where that is like standard legal protocol. This was the most unserious part of everything. Wait, is this Tina Knowles accidentally liking the post? Oh my God, I know. Tina Knowles reveals she was hacked on Instagram in new post. Okay, so apparently Tina Knowles liked a post on Instagram that detailed Jay-Z being named in the lawsuit against P. Diddy. And then when people internet sleuths saw that she had liked this post, she pulled the classic, I was hacked. As you all know, I do not play about my family. So if you see something uncharacteristic of me, just know that it is not me. Now, what I will say most likely happened is that Tina Knowles, like most older people, accidentally probably liked a post, right? Saw a post, maybe was trying to send it to somebody, maybe, I don't know what it was, but I'm sure she pulled a boomer move where she accidentally liked the post, and instead of saying that, she claims she was hacked. Do I think the alternative of that Tina Knowles is trying to send a message here is the case? No, I do not. I don't think Tina Knowles liked that post in a way where she is saying, yes, Jay-Z is guilty. I think Tina knows a lot of what the hell has gone down between, what the secrets are in that family. But I do not think Tina Knowles would be liking that on purpose, Or even if she, she wouldn't be liking it whether or not she knows the truth. Here's the post. Jay-Z, Diddy named in lawsuit alleging rape of girl 13. Liked by Miss Tina Knowles. Anyway, this is obviously, the allegations, the lawsuit. It's not funny, but this part is so unserious. I was hacked. Please stop playing with me. Quote, no weapon formed against my family shall prosper. Okay, Tina. We know you were not fucking hacked, but okay. Rebel Mike, thank you for the 16 months. We know you were not hacked. We know you were not hacked. Yeah, the hacker only liked one photo. The hacker only did one thing, and that was like the post that ABC 7 News had posted on Instagram about the news of Diddy and Jay-Z. What fucking hacker is that? What fucking hacker breaks onto Tina Knowles, aka Beyonce and Solange's mama, their mother, and goes, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to like this post. I am a very specific, I am going to create an environment that is so toxic by liking this one post. Yeah, just to be messy. Like, what? Tina. Tina. Okay. Back to here. Let's look at this Forbes thing, and then we'll go back to the CNN news piece. So this is a Forbes piece that breaks down Jay-Z's PR strategy. So Jay-Z has been accused of raping a 13-year-old girl alongside Sean Diddy Combs in 2000. As I said, these are really, really serious, disturbing allegations. And this is, if you missed it before, the statement that we read from Jay-Z is in response to having been named publicly in the suit. So at an October press conference, Busby had warned that, quote, many powerful people will be exposed through the lawsuits, and he appears to have already delivered on that promise. For Jay-Z, a simple denial wasn't enough. He needed a calculated PR strategy to control the narrative and limit the fallout. As one half of an ultra-famous couple with legal battles ahead, his response needed to hit hard. This response was a bold, unfiltered counterpunch meant to discredit the lawsuit, take aim at Busby, and flip the narrative. All right, so let's break it down. 1, no nonsense denial. Jay-Z didn't mince words. He set the tone with direct and uncompromising language, calling the allegations absurd and labeling the lawsuit a blackmail attempt. This wasn't a passive denial. It was a flat-out rejection meant to show confidence and make the accusations seem baseless. While defending himself was part of the plan, the objective was likely to go on the offensive and frame the lawsuit as a calculated attack on his character. Number 2, attacking the attorney. He went straight for Tony Busby, taking direct aim at his ego. He targeted Busby's profession, dismissing him as an ambulance chaser. He even questioned his military service with a jab reminiscent of A Few Good Men. You claim to be a Marine. Marines are known for their valor. You have neither honor nor dignity. For the final touch, he mocked Busby's wardrobe, describing him as dressed in costume in a cheap suit. The jabs are more than an attempt to discredit Busby. They are a calculated effort to get under his skin. It's also a public clash of two larger-than-life egos. Jay-Z is determined not to let this media-savvy lawyer outmaneuver him. Jay-Z portrays the lawsuit as opportunistic by questioning Busby's credibility, implying that its motives are suspect. His words serve not only as a defense, but also as a way to sway public opinion and prevent Busby from gaining the upper hand. Number 3, challenging the accuser. Jay-Z doesn't flat out say the accuser is lying, but he tries to poke holes in the credibility of Busby's motives. When he says whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away, would you not agree? He's hyping the drama without mentioning the fact that this isn't even a criminal case. He adds, my heart and support go out to the true victims in the world, which suggests that this particular accuser doesn't make the cut. It's a crafty move that shifts the spotlight away from the actual claims and shines it on what he sees as the shady reasons behind the lawsuit. Number 4, humanizing himself. Jay-Z leaned on a classic PR tactic by bringing his family into the conversation. He mentioned his wife Beyonce and their children Blue Ivy, Rumi, and Sir, likely hoping her star power would add a protective layer. However, this move didn't land perfectly. Social media users were quick to point out the irony, referencing Lemonade, Beyonce's album that famously addressed Jay-Z's admitted infidelity and put their private struggles on public display. Still, by highlighting the toll the allegations have taken on his family, Jay-Z added an emotional dimension to his statement. It's a play for sympathy, shifting the focus from himself to the strain on his wife and children. While this approach resonated with some, others saw it as a calculated move to win public support. Number 5, playing the victim. Jay-Z positions himself as the real victim in his statement, attempting to separate himself from the typical celebrity stereotype by emphasizing his roots. He describes himself as a young man who made it out of the projects of Brooklyn, adding, "We don't play these types of games. We have very strict codes and honor." At 56 years old with a net worth of $2.5 billion, those lines feel out of sync with reality. Still, they're clearly meant to evoke his scrappy, street-smart beginnings. The line, "Only your network of conspiracy theories and fake physics will believe the idiotic claims you have levied against me," comes off as both cryptic and strange. He's claiming victimhood, yet also flexing that old-school toughness. He wants respect, empathy, and to be seen as misunderstood. At the same time, yeah, he's just a young, broke guy. How could people be coming after him? At the same time, it might also serve as a warning to attorneys Busby and Maureen Comey, who recently joined the prosecutorial team in the Combs case, to think twice before challenging him. It's messy and contradictory, but if you look beyond the confusion, the message is clear. Jay-Z's putting certain people on notice. Will it pay off? The statement from Jay-Z is anything but subtle. Instead of sticking to a careful, polished narrative, he's rolling out a hodgepodge of tough talk, personal history, and brand clout. That's why I think the statement is whack. Like, it's weird. There's no tidy message here, just a jumble of strategies to see what gains traction. In the end, he decided his only option was to come out swinging, putting every ounce of the Jay-Z brand behind this message. It's a mixed bag, kitchen sink approach, and one thing is clear, Jay-Z is not admitting anything, and he's ready for a fight. Okay, and then this is a statement that Tony put out in response. The New York Times contacted me to ask for my response to rapper Jay-Z's allegation that I tried to extort and blackmail him. My response is pretty straightforward. No one has made any threats. Jay-Z's assertions are bogus and laughable. Instead, our firm sent a standard demand letter seeking a mediation on behalf of a woman who alleges that Jay-Z sexually assaulted her as a minor. The letter was vetted and approved by our client, whose preference was to attempt resolution short of filing a lawsuit. This approach is common in these types of cases. What you are seeing played out now is a coordinated and desperate effort to focus the public's attention on me personally to avoid attention on the allegations being made by my clients. This effort has included harassing my family and colleagues and even offering former clients money to sue me, which is illegal. When an alleged perpetrator behaves in this manner, wildly asserting that a basic demand letter is extortion, and aggressively using the media to attack the opposing lawyer while at the same time ignoring the allegations being made by the alleged victim, it reminds me of a famous line from Shakespeare: "The lady doth protest too much, methinks." We intend to address all these issues with the court in due course. Let me be clear, we will not be bullied or intimidated by these shenanigans, and our clients won't be silenced. Hogan, thank you for the gifted hacker who hacked you. Okay, let's go back here and talk about...
Impossible at this point.
So based on the allegations, Jessica, good morning, good to see you. I think that it certainly could be. Why do I say that? Now, he, of course, is more than annoyed, would be an understatement. He has a family and he has a lot to protect, including his brand. But to the extent that he's saying, hey, come after me criminally, that could be likely. Why do I say that? Because rape in New York, and what's alleged in this complaint, is forcible compulsion. What that means in English is that it's saying that he held her down, raped her, and that, of course, the allegation is that Mr. Combs did the same thing. And so if those facts are actually accurate, it would require an investigation by prosecutors. And if true, right, you could pursue it criminally. Now, with respect to the evidentiary...
Okay, so just to give you more details on the details, to give you more details on the suit. So... the lawsuit was originally filed in October. Combs was named alongside Celebrity A and Celebrity B. But it was amended to include Jay-Z's name as one of the alleged perpetrators. So back in October, the lawsuit comes out. P. Diddy is named. And then there are two mystery celebrities who are also part of the suit. And Jay-Z is, in my understanding, the first of the two celebrities who has been named. So the woman identified as Jane Doe in this civil lawsuit alleges that she was assaulted after she was driven to an MTV Video Music Awards after party in 2000. According to the suit, she was 13 years old. She had arrived at the VMAs at Radio City Music Hall and did not have a ticket, and was going up to limousine drivers to gain access to the show or an after party. There was a driver, allegedly, who claimed to work for Combs that said that she, quote, fit what Diddy was looking for, and invited her to an after party where she was asked to sign an NDA. The lawsuit also says that Jane Doe claims she was offered a drink that made her feel, quote, woozy, lightheaded, and like she needed to lie down. She was later approached by Combs, who allegedly said, quote, you are ready to party, unquote. Jane Doe alleges that she was then raped by Combs and Carter while an unnamed female celebrity watched. So I think that is whoever the second celebrity named in the suit is. So there was Celebrity A, Celebrity B. Jay-Z has been named as one. I am guessing that that other celebrity is the unnamed female celebrity who watched. Okay. So those are the details so far on what it is that Jay-Z has been accused of in the lawsuit. And then as a reminder that Tony Busby, he is the attorney who is representing the Jane Doe, in addition to over 100 people who have accused Combs of misconduct. And he previously represented several women in sexual misconduct cases against Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson. So that is when Jay-Z said in his statement that Busby has a pattern of these types of theatrics. I think he's referring to the fact that Busby is a high-profile lawyer who has represented women in high-profile sexual misconduct cases against wealthy, powerful men. Beyonce has not commented so far. And as for what are the next steps here, the court date for this suit has not yet been set. So TBD.
Value, yes, it happened 24 years ago, right? More than 24 years ago. But in the allegations, there's a few things. Number one, there's allegation that another celebrity was present at the time, right? In addition to other people. Number two, there's the claim by the victim, right, that she left, that she went and she was seen by a gas attendant who saw her in distress. Number three, that she phone called her dad, who showed up, the 13-year-old, and now removed her. So civil complaint. Simply allegations, need to be proven in a court of law, but if true, it could rise to the level of criminality, and, you know, we'll see what happens or if the DA looks and investigates.
So what happens now?
So what happens now is this is simply a civil complaint. And in a civil complaint, it goes through the technical legal process. Now, the distinction, Jessica, between civil and criminal, of course, is that civil is for monetary damages, right? The system can only reward you with money. There's allegations that this 13-year-old is...
It's only a matter of time when Beyonce says something. No, I completely disagree. Beyonce is known for being very private normally about her private life, and she referenced Jay-Z's infidelity. She addressed it in Lemonade when she said Becky with the good hair, which like broke the fucking internet. This is much, much more serious. Beyonce does not, especially at this stage in Beyonce's life and career, like, that woman is interested in one thing and one thing only, and that is her business. That is Beyonce, the worldwide superstar. She will not speak. Because you know, whether or not these allegations are true, it is about self-preservation. So, yeah, she's been tight-lipped since the mid-2000s. She also has always been very coy about even her relationship with Jay-Z. Like, the whole when they met is one that there's no definitive on how old Beyonce was when she met Jay-Z, because she has claimed in the past that she was 18 and then 19 when they started dating, which would have made him 31. But then there have been some other times when she's kind of, you know, like made references to it having been earlier. Jay-Z also, in an interview with Charlie Rose, mentioned that he had met Beyonce in 1997, which would have made her 16. So there is there's not a hard confirmation, but without a doubt, she was a teenager when they started dating, and he was her first and last major romance. And she's talked about how he taught her to be a woman, that she moved in with him. You know, Beyonce, he was pretty, obviously he wasn't at the status and power level and wealth level that he is now, but back then in the late 90s, Beyonce was still coming up. Like, she was still Destiny's Child Beyonce, who absolutely, you know, like, here you have Jay-Z, who not only is more famous and more powerful than she is, but is also 12 years older than her. So there's always been weirdness about the origin of their relationship that they both have eluded at different points throughout the last two and a half decades of being together, which for sure she was still a teenager when they got together. And anyway, there's photographic evidence that she first met him with Destiny's Child when she was 16 or 17. Right. And what always happens with with celebrity relationships where there's a significant age gap. And remember, if Beyonce's if Beyonce's 25 and Jay-Z is 37, they meet, not as big of a power dynamic. But 16 years old, meeting a guy who's almost 30, that's a big difference there. And also, Jay-Z has a pattern of having dated young artists, young female artists who, in the 90s, who he was at least 10 years older than. TBH, 18 and 30 is gross even if it's legal. Yeah, right. Legal doesn't mean that it's moral.
Suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, suffered depression, etc. So now you go to fact-finding, right? Before that, just briefly, there was a demand letter sent. And a demand letter is a letter being sent by a lawyer saying, hey, I don't have to sue you. We can sit, we can mediate it. If we reach an agreement, it never sees the light of day. Jay-Z saying, I don't care about your demand letter. I look at it as blackmail. You want to sue me, sue me. You want to look at it criminally, look at it criminally. But it'll go through the fact-finding process. If a trial is necessary to determine the facts, that's what will happen. But it'll be deemed civil. No indication at this point as to whether or not any criminal investigation will ensue as a result of this.
Yeah, and Jay-Z came back incredibly forcefully against these allegations and really singled out that attorney as well for being, I'm paraphrasing here, but greedy, saying he's out to get money, and calling that letter essentially blackmail.
Yeah, and in addition to that, Jessica, also suing the attorney, saying he's intimidating him, harassing him, etc. Now, demand letters are not new. What lawyers do is they send them out as a matter of protocol and practice so that you can expedite the process. At the same time, there's certain ethical standards that you have to use, and you have to have a good faith factual belief that this is true. Now, you can argue this complaint was filed in October, right? Could have mentioned Jay-Z then. You didn't. Why? It was amended now to include him. Are the factual assertions true? Are they fact or fiction? Is it a money grab or not? All of that will be litigated in a court of law, but according to Jay-Z, this never happened, is pure fiction. It is a money grab, and he's fighting for his name, reputation, and certainly innocence and justice in his view, which is he didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, and you touched on a point, too, that I wanted to ask you about, which was that this was an amendment to this already existing lawsuit. What are people to take away from that, the fact that they're coming back and adding to this now with this specific name?
Yeah, you know, Jessica, so it depends. That's also common. You could amend lawsuits, right, as a matter of course, and you do, to include certain factual allegations. The interesting thing to me in terms of your question and the takeaway, if you had this information about Jay-Z, it happened allegedly in September of 2000, why not include it in the original complaint? What happened between October and now that necessitated you putting in, and it's a question of credibility. Was he celebrity A, right, as was noted in the October complaint? Is this pure fiction? And what's interesting in the complaint is he really, that is the lawyer, tries to tie Jay-Z to Mr. Combs in so many ways, right? Birds of a feather is the argument that he's making. You can make that argument. You need the facts to sustain it. Let's see if they come up with any facts.
All right, we will see. All right, Joey Jackson, thanks so much.
Now his lawyers also firing back, saying these are false, unfounded allegations. The lawsuit was originally filed in October against Combs, Jay-Z's longtime friend, and an unnamed Celebrity A. But now it has been refiled, naming Celebrity A as Jay-Z.
There is nothing unusual about the timing other than the fact that the client authorized us to amend the lawsuit and name Jay-Z as a defendant.
The anonymous woman, who was 13 at the time, described in the lawsuit as being drugged and raped at an MTV VMAs after-party she says Combs hosted. According to the suit, she recalls accepting a drink that made her feel woozy and lightheaded before she says she was raped by Jay-Z and then Combs in a bedroom as an unnamed female celebrity watched. Now Jay-Z accusing the woman's attorney of trying to blackmail him in a demand letter, suggesting the attorney had tried to seek a settlement first.
These kinds of demand letters are sent on a daily basis across the United States, and attempting to attack me to take the focus off of the alleged perpetrator won't work, and it won't intimidate us.
Sean Combs remains behind bars awaiting trial on various federal charges, including sex trafficking, which he has pleaded not guilty. Busby has filed a string of civil suits against Combs, which Combs' attorneys have dismissed as shameless publicity stunts.
And Chloe, we don't know the identity of the accuser, which was the crux of a filing today.
That's exactly right, Lester. The accuser is currently listed as Jane Doe in the lawsuit, but just hours ago, Jay-Z's attorney filed a motion demanding that her identity be revealed or have this case completely dismissed. Now, ultimately, this will be the judge's decision, but it's also possible that the accuser, who is now an adult, could come forward and reveal her identity on her own, Lester.
All right, Chloe Malas, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that is... like, there's a reason, and I know, I know bad faith assholes will be like, oh, well, if you're going to accuse someone, then you should have your name be revealed. Let's keep in mind what we know happens to accusers of powerful male figures. Okay? It is textbook intimidation, because they know what will happen when the accuser is put in a situation where they either have to publicly reveal themselves if the judge if the judge decides that to be the case. It's hell. It is absolutely hell. And it is why it's one reason why oftentimes victims of powerful men do not come forward, because of not, because of wanting to remain anonymous. Yeah, I mean, it is, and the more famous and the more power you have as someone like P. Diddy, Jay-Z has, then those threats, that intimidation, that harassment increases.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just, the whole thing is, it feels like a lot has happened.
26-year-old Luigi Mangione.
A lot has happened this year since Cassie filed her lawsuit, and then just the explosion and the the downfall of Diddy. But I also believe that there is a lot more still to come, and especially if something like this ends up going to trial. Diddy already has a trial date set for the racketeering and sex trafficking charges. So this is something that is separate from that. Seeing the support for other victims of powerful men associated with your attacker could embolden more women. Right. And in this case too, there are victims, both male and female, victims who were minors at the time. There are so many people who have, since the Cassie lawsuit, come forward, and that is often the effect when one person of note comes forward and makes allegations, like with Evan Rachel Wood against Marilyn Manson, and then the number of victims who followed suit by also having their own allegations against Marilyn Manson. Okay, I think free Luigi. Free Luigi, lock up Jay-Z, and be done with it. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next thing here. Let's see. Okay, we gotta.
He's going to retaliate.
Bill Burr. I have his podcast pulled up here. Let's see. Let's do this.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with
on Luigi Mangione. Holy moly. My entire time. You know how a lot of times people have different timelines depending on what you engage with on Twitter, if you're on Twitter or whatnot. I honestly believe that every person's timeline has to be like mine, where it is just non-stop posts about Luigi Mangione. And of course, what I've noticed with the mainstream coverage of this entire case is when the CEO was first murdered, all of the coverage was about him being a saint, about this being a cold-blooded murder, not offering any context, any analysis as to the fact that the CEO of the largest healthcare company in this country was murdered, and that may have something to do with the fact that a lot of people have been screwed over by the scam for-profit health insurance industry. So, that was how they initially covered it. And then once Luigi Mangione was, it's also, that name is just so Italian. Luigi Mangione. Once Luigi's mansion was arrested and more and more has come out about him, the coverage has largely been, this was a disturbed young man. This was a man who was clearly in the throes of a mental health episode. This was a sick individual. I don't know if you guys saw earlier that Ken Klippenstein was the one who finally released the entire manifesto, because even though all of these outlets had the manifesto, they were only reading parts from it and they refused to release the entire thing. And so Kenny Clips, because he doesn't have to wait for anybody to give him clearance on what he writes about, release the entire thing. Pop Crave tweeted the manifesto and tagged Ken Klippenstein. Ken has officially made it into the Pop Crave spear. Kenny Clips. And so, of course, the mainstream media is trying to turn this into an issue that simply pertains to one individual being mentally ill, having had some sort of mental health breakdown, which, here's the thing, okay? The reason that they do that is because they don't want to have to address with seriousness the statements that Luigi made in the manifesto that was found on his person. It discredits his it discredits his ideological motive. It discredits him point blank talking about the greed of the healthcare industry and of CEOs like Brian Thompson, who he, and that's why he murdered him. And it is to make this out to be a young man who had simply lost his mind, who was very, very sick, and there is no bigger picture here. There's no bigger issue at play here. The issue is that this young man who was mentally ill murdered somebody and is now most likely going to go to prison for it. Right. So let's take a look at first the manifesto that Kenny Clips released. Read the manifesto that the media refused to publish. And I think it really says a lot that the media refused to publish this. I've obtained a copy of suspected killers Luigi Mangione's manifesto, the real one, not the forgery circulating online. Major media outlets are also in possession of the document but have refused to publish it and not even articulated a reason why. My queries to the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, and NBC to explain their rationale for withholding the manifesto, while gladly quoting from it selectively, have not been answered. I'll have more to say on this later, on how unhealthy the media's drift away from public disclosure is, but for now, here is the manifesto. To the feds, I will keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. Do you think the feds wrote this? Do you think the FBI wrote this? And they're like, you know what? Let's start off with talking about how great we are. Just kidding. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife of traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder that the U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in... Okay, so these are facts here. A reminder, the U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly number 42 in life expectancy. United is the indecipherable largest company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has grown and grown, but as our life expectancy, no. The reality is these indecipherable have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have the space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and the greed, e.g. Rosenthal and more. And what he is referencing here is Michael Moore's documentary Sicko that he released in 2007. And this documentary looks at America's healthcare crisis and why so many people in this country do not have coverage. So that is... has Michael Moore said anything? I don't know. I don't know if he's released a statement yet. But Sicko is 17 years old. Yeah. Michael Moore's been doing this a long time. Okay. Decades ago, and the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty. So, clearly, something happened in the last, I think it's like 6 months where people in Luigi's life had reported that he kind of fell off the face of the planet. I think it was more recently that his family had become more concerned because they hadn't heard from him because he had gone dark. But I believe it. So what we know is that he had been in regular contact with friends and family until about 6 months ago, when he suddenly just stopped communicating with people. He'd also suffered from a painful back injury that was very clearly a huge part of his last year here, and most likely is a contributing factor to his radicalization. It seems as if this back injury that he then subsequently got surgery for was extremely debilitating, and this is a guy who came from a very privileged upbringing, but also was most likely, like the rest of us, dealing with a very predatory healthcare system, and it is potentially the reason that he has ended up here. So Yes, Rosenthal, referencing Elizabeth Rosenthal's book American Sickness. Yeah, and then there were a number of like things on his Goodreads lists that point to a guy who a guy who had been radicalized against the endless greed of the healthcare industry. Like, that is how fucked up the healthcare industry is, that even a guy like him who went to private school, who comes from a wealthy family, who is on paper somebody who you think would have like become, you know, maybe become a CEO himself, and instead ended up shooting one on the streets of Manhattan. Yeah. Okay, let's
Juan Gonzalez. New York prosecutors have
Love for
charged
hot
a
daddies.
suspect
Thank
with
you for the 9
murder
months.
for
Dan,
the
oh
killing.
my God, Dan TC, where the hell have you been? Is Dan still in here? Dan comes back from the dead. Dan, we have missed you. We have missed you. I feel like I haven't seen you in here in a minute. What did you post? What did you click me? Delay, defend, deny, depose. My God, there is just so much on the internet, from memes to entire accounts dedicated to Luigi, to just really anything imaginable.
Of United Health Executive Brian Thompson. Police
Dova
arrested
Bear, thank you for the 3
26-year-old
months.
Luigi Mangione in Altoona, Pennsylvania, Monday, when a McDonald's customer
Rovina,
told an
thank you for 8 months.
employee that she spotted him after that 5-day nationwide search. The employee...
Okay, I'm not about to get into like conspiracy theories here and saying anything is fact, but it does seem kind of crazy. It seems kind of crazy that a McDonald's employee in Pennsylvania recognized Luigi from the photos that were released. And the other part of this is that he had all of this, if it is true that he had all, you know, that he was that he was the killer, and he was found at this McDonald's, and he had all this evidence on him. Look, I ain't no big city detective or lawyer, but that to me is somebody who is not trying to not get caught, is what I will say. Like, I think that is a fair assessment to make. His lawyer says there's no evidence. Yeah, we can look at his lawyer's
The police
response.
who came, they found Mangione with a black ghost gun, which can be assembled from parts and is untraceable. That's similar to one used in the killing of Thompson. While many offered condolences to Thompson's loved ones, his killing sparked outrage over the state of health care in America. Some turned to social media to share their experiences with health insurance companies.
Yeah, I have a bookmarked video. A witness who was at the McDonald's where Luigi Mangione was caught says he and a friend joked at Mangione that he looked like the New York shooter.
Oh, I didn't really see a whole lot. I mean, a group of us are here every day, and one of my friends...
Every day? What do you mean a group of us are here every day?
And I thought he was kidding. When the shooter, I'm assuming was the shooter.
I guess for coffee. You know what? My old roommate's parents used to go to McDonald's every day to buy the super large styrofoam cups that they would get Diet Coke in, because they wanted the styrofoam cup. No, I did live in a small town. But okay, all right, okay, I'm amending it. I'm amending my surprise. I'm just like, is there really nowhere else to get coffee? My old roommate's parents would go to McDonald's every day and get those giant styrofoam cups with a Diet Coke. And then for the rest of the day, they would have a 12-pack of Diet Coke at home that then they would refill these styrofoam cups all day long. All day long. No, I went to high school in Iowa, okay? I went to high school in Iowa. I have simply forgotten I am a West Coast elite. I expressed my surprise that a group goes every day, but now that I think about it, I'm like, yeah, that shit was going on in my town. Okay.
They made the arrest on, came in, he made
Your friend's
a
parents are the
comment,
reason we don't have an ozone layer. Mm-hmm.
"Oh, that looks like the shooter from New York." But I thought he was, the group of us, I thought it was more of a joke. And we were kidding about it. But then as it turned out, it was him. And like I said,
I'm so confused. So you're joking around that he looks like the shooter from New York. But how do we get to the point that the police are actually called and they catch him?
employee that thought it was him that I guess started the initial investigation on it. I talked to her later. I said, was I here when he came in? And she goes, yeah. And she goes, actually, you and your friends and all were making a joke, almost like saying, you know, and that's pretty much about it. I mean, he ordered, went to the rear of the store and sat. I passed him whenever I left.
Wait, what was this?
Went to the rear of the store and sat. I passed him whenever I left. I left.
What is that slow fade out? What is happening? Did you see the employee might not get the reward money? The jokes write themselves. The jokes write themselves. I cannot say anything that is a better joke than the joke writing itself.
And went to church.
They just yeeted her out of existence.
Come back because I heard there was an arrest. I didn't know which McDonald's it was, but it was this, where we were at. I think I looked at the guy, but his back was to me. He did have a backpack, but my friend Mike that said this, I asked him again this morning. I said, were you kidding or not? He said, no, I was serious. He goes, the backpack, the jacket, resembled the one he said the day of the shooting. There was no reaction from him whenever my friend said that. And the worker, if she heard us talking, he had to have heard us, but there was no. Somebody told me he was here this morning, they think a couple days. I don't know if that's true, in Altoona. And I'm anxious to see more that comes out to see if that is true. But I don't know. I know it was raining pretty good yesterday morning, and I was surprised he stayed here as long as he did,
Man. They also said he was riding the Greyhound back and forth across Pennsylvania. I don't think he expected to get away with it for so long, and he was also in shock. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of avenues of thought here, all jokes aside, I think that Luigi was very clearly at a point in his life where he was willing to act upon his radicalization against corporate greed and a system that just puts profit over people and has destroyed a lot of people's lives. Here's the thing. There's a lot of people who believe that, but few who are willing to go to the point that they plan out and then execute the murder of a healthcare CEO. And so it is very likely that he didn't expect to remain at large for as long as he did. And maybe it was a you try to get in the mindset of somebody like that, and I don't think that is somebody who goes, and then I'll just go back to my job, right? Like 6 months prior to this, he had dropped communication with friends and family. So I'm sure there will be more that comes out as they are investigating what took place in these 6 months. Of course, a lot of the framing is going to be that he was just this sick guy who had a mental breakdown. And it's not to say that he wasn't having mental, that he wasn't struggling mentally, of course, like with his back injury and what an impediment that was to him living his life. Yeah, I would never say that was not a point, but there's a different framing of that's being done in the media where they're trying to turn this into like, oh, this has nothing to do with the healthcare industry, right? This has nothing to do with like there's no facts here, because this is just a guy who is mentally ill, that he's just insane. It's sad he was suffering so much and the only coping he could find was to do this. Yeah, I mean, it is very sad. Like, it is very, very sad. Even before we found out the identity of the alleged shooter. Because who knows? This could be the FBI just cooking all this shit up. Okay, whatever. But before we found out Luigi Mangione's name, what a lot of people had said was, ultimately, this isn't even about, like, people were trying to figure out, why did this guy do this? He goes, well, it seems, actually pretty obvious, because how common is it that a CEO is just gunned down because someone decided to murder a CEO that day, right? For no reason whatsoever. Also, that it was not, like, the story wasn't necessarily, like, the big picture was not that a CEO had been murdered, but that so many people's response to that across an ideological spectrum, from MAGA, Daily Wire watching Ben Shapiro fans, to card-carrying communists, leftists, to people in the middle, to like just everyday folks who aren't even terminally online. A lot of people were united largely in their reaction to this being, well, the healthcare industry is fucking evil, and Brian Thompson is symbolic of that industry, and he made a lot of money off of my pain, off my family's pain, off my neighbor's pain. And to them, that murder being symbolic of an industry that has cost so many people their, quality of life. And anyway, so, but like, what was sad even before the identity was revealed was that we live in a country where somebody, no matter who their identity was, no matter what their political affiliation was, no matter like anything about that person, had gotten to a point where they murder a CEO at 7 a.m. in Manhattan, and the response is heavily that of indifference or, deserved. Like, how that resonated with people, how people united around not the condemnation of the shooter, but the condemnation of the industry. And to me, that is what has always been the story. And it's why, like, right now people are doing the thing where they're trying so hard to put Luigi Mansion into a box. And there are people who are like purity testing him, which is so crazy. Like, what are we even fucking doing here? And it's like, at the end of the day, this was a person who had, a terrible experience, terrible health experience, obviously had been dealing with the industry, that we all have been victim to, and reached a point that he felt this was the only logical endpoint. It's so weird comparing. I know. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And in fact, it's like his political ideology is not what matters, because the healthcare industry does not target you by political affiliation. It is a system that crushes all of us, no matter what our politics are.
United Healthcare denials of coverage. Interesting that one of the shell casings had the word deny written on it. And it made me think of the time they tried to deny coverage for my mother's dialysis. Yes, you heard that correctly. United Healthcare tried to deny coverage.
Extra Emily was calling him Luigi's Mansion. Y'all, that is what's so crazy about this case, is that you have people like Extra Emily who are aware of this, who are referencing, I don't know what she said on it, but that like this has broken out of just the typical streamers, you know, the typical corner of the internet, the corner of Twitch, who would be covering a story like this. She said her Twitter was filled with Luigi. That's what I meant by, I guarantee you that even people who have exact opposite Twitter feeds, like for me, my Twitter feed is, of course, a lot of the things that I have, you know, that I follow, that I talk about. Will's Twitter feed is mostly Jets. It's like mostly Jets and football stuff. And it doesn't matter what it is, who you are, what you normally have on your feed. Luigi has dominated. Like, this story has absolutely dominated. Luigi's story is proof positive that everyone is subjected to the cruelty of the American healthcare system. It doesn't discriminate. Even people who are doing well, like how they've covered Luigi, are still victim to it. Yeah. I mean, it really is so illuminating, because this is a guy who is an Ivy League grad, right? He was valedictorian of his prestigious private prep school. He has, a lot of credentials. He worked in tech. He was very clearly a tech enthusiast. He mentioned it in his valedictorian speech. And, you know, it's a guy who on paper you think, oh, he's probably gonna, become a successful entrepreneur, perhaps like become an executive himself. And was, like most people, subjected to an industry that, that is just absolutely crushing. And he took this different path. How often have there been shootings where the media covers the manifesto or the general gist of it? You can't be too often. I mean, this to me feels very intentional, that the media refused to release the manifesto and were instead just pulling quotes from it to fit their narrative. Emily and Fan were today in an anti-Israel Free Palestine restaurant because they didn't know. Wait, it was funny. They didn't know what about it. Wait, where were they? Were there just like Palestine flags surrounding them? That's very funny. CNN was trying so hard to paint Luigi as a leftist. Oh, dude. Oops. Yeah, here.
Completely out of touch and an insult to the intelligence of the American people.
All right, so we just heard him yell that about it, sort of something being unjust is an insult to the intelligence of the American people. Let's bring in trial attorney Mercedes Colwin with us. Look, this is someone, between what you're hearing him say right there, manifesto, messages left on these bullets. Right. I mean, this is someone on a mission, it appears. He is the alleged killer in this case. We have to be very clear about that. He's facing an extradition hearing here, but I just wonder what you think of a moment like that as you see it, knowing the evidence that police say they have on this person.
Brianna, it's very disturbing, and those types of outbursts will certainly be evaluated by his defense team, because that's just not normal. I mean, we've already had reports that he has been very strange.
My thing is, like, what is it that's not normal about it? Okay, is somebody gunning down a CEO a normal thing that happens? No. But are the things that he has said, like what he has indicated were his reasons, that is shared by a hell of a lot of people in this country, which is why they've reacted the way they have to the news, since last week. My colleagues at work who are pretty normal were talking about this. I said it's sad for Brian Thompson's family. One of my coworkers pointed out how many thousands of families suffered because of him. I was like, oh shit. Right. This is what I mean, where this isn't just terminally online people, right? A lot of times when you're online, especially on a place like Twitter, it can seem as if the whole, everybody's thinking this, but in reality, it's like, well, that's just your corner of the internet. But because the healthcare industry is one that, it's not just terminally online people who have felt the pains, who have suffered under this, who, this is something in their day-to-day lives that they despise, that they probably talk about with friends and family, that it's, a topic of conversation. Oh my God, Blue Cross Blue Shield denied John's claim, like yada, yada. I mean, it's the type of thing that I hear it with family members of mine who I know are not online and who I know don't have the same politics as I do, because it doesn't matter what your political ideology is. And it is what radicalizes a lot of people. It's just that there's still this gap between this understanding of how predatory and greedy this industry is, and then something like single payer healthcare, like a single payer system, right? Where there are people who still have not made that leap from, have not crossed that bridge from, this is an evil industry. This is an industry that profits off of death and suffering, and we need healthcare. And, this is one of the most important issues, and people were mad that it wasn't talked about in the election, to talking about something such as Medicare for all.
Since over the summer, that he has become a reclusive. This manifesto is these rantings and ravings of an individual that obviously has some aberrant thoughts in his mind, and that's why he put it down on paper. So all of that is certainly very disturbing.
Yeah, just as a reminder, rantings and ravings. A reminder, the U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly number 42 in life expectancy. United is the largest company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has grown and grown, but as our life expectancy, no. The reality is these, assuming this is probably companies, have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have the space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. Yeah.
For dialysis.
Oops, where was that fucking clip?
The defense is going to have to evaluate whether this is an individual that really will even understand the charges. I mean,
yeah, here's what he yelled in the beginning. I don't know what this is addressing.
And it's completely out of touch and an insult to the intelligence of the American people.
But that seems pretty coherent to me. an insult to the intelligence of the American people. Like, I don't know what he's addressing again, but this whole situation seems pretty transparent. Like, if it is in fact the case that Luigi was the murderer, like if the facts are that he did murder Brian Thompson, and it is because he was radicalized against the greed of the healthcare industry, then like this doesn't seem like a madman who is ranting and raving in the way that, you know, normally when you have a high profile case where a manifesto is found. So for instance, like a white supremacist who shoots up a Jewish temple and is ranting and raving about conspiracy theories and how, you know, all these horrible anti-Semitic things. Like, yeah, that is this person, you know, this person is evil. This is the ravings of an individual who's been radicalized in a really bad way to believe that, like, you know, to believe all these insane conspiracy theories about a group of people, and then enacted violence against a group of people because of how they had been led down that path. Yeah, okay. So, anyway, let's go back here.
For more, we're joined by two guests. In Washington, D.C., Derek Crow is with
his Steam account. Oh, I saw that they never get anything new. They're always trying to do the same fucking song and bullshit dance of video games radicalized him. They are trying to pretend like Among Us, a game that Luigi played, is potentially part of this evil radicalization that he played Among Us. Okay, this is a tech, like, computer nerd. This is a guy who taught himself to code in high school. This is a guy who, like a lot of 26-year-olds, plays video games. Like children play Among Us. Yeah, a game about assassins. Oh my God, the fictional the fictional narratives that they are just cooking up. It is so silly. It is so fucking silly. They love to do this shit. They love the video game stuff. Yeah. They're like, "Hi, excuse me? Pardon?"
We're able to pretty much find where he was at in the restaurant. And as soon as he was wearing a blue medical mask. As soon as we pulled that down, or we asked him to pull it down, my partner and I recognized him immediately, just from what we saw in the media with photos, videos. We just didn't.
Luigi's mansion, who was arrested and charged with murder and the shooting death, blah, 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 blah. Okay. He once belonged to a group of Ivy League gamers who played assassins. A member of the group told NBC News. Whoa. In the game called Among Us, some players are secretly assigned to be killers in space. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Okay. While trying to avoid suspicion from other players. Alejandro Romero, who attended the University of Pennsylvania with Mangione and also was a member of the same Discord group, said he was shocked when news broke that Mangione had been taken into police custody. I just found it extremely ironic that, we were in this game and there could actually be a true killer among us. What a fucking nerd with that statement. I just found it ironic that, we were in this game, there could be actually a true killer among us. The intent of the game, one member is a killer and attempts to off the other crewmates. The death animations are silly and shown as someone getting stabbed in the back or having their neck snapped. Right. This is the period of time where everybody's just trying to say anything, right? Everyone's trying to have their moment. Everyone is like, it's drama, okay? Even though this is serious. Like, this is really serious shit. It's also like dumb drama. How do I have my moment of fame? How do I make a nothing burger? How do I make something out of a nothing burger here? How do I write? How do I have like a plot line here that's juicy? That's oh my God. Can you believe that once upon a time, he was in a group of people who played a game where you are secretly a killer? Yeah, I mean, it is giving Dr. Phil. It is giving like, it's just giving like sensationalist, stupid, trying to make something out of nothing. And here they are looking so dumb, okay, talking about a children's game. As if this had something to do with how Luigi Mangione got radicalized to the point that he murdered a healthcare CEO. It is so dumb. Yeah, he played mafia in high school. Who knew he would become an Italian guy who shot a guy? Yeah, they're probably going to be like looking for mob ties in his family history, right? It'll be like, oh, his great-great-great-grandfather had a connection to some mob, just that type of shit, right? They're pulling out the Italian family trees. They're going fishing. Like, if I ever were to do something like murder a healthcare CEO, they would probably have, like, they would probably pull so much up on me. Like, many of my most dramatic theatrical moments to be like, see, proof. See, she talked about Godfather on her Patreon, on her podcast, and she praised that film. She loved Godfather. She loved the violence. Right, they'll pull up my Walking Dead game. They'll just pull up any of my gameplay, and be like, see how willing she was to just shoot people in the head? Yeah, they'll pull up, every time I've sung Chicago, They Had It Coming. They had it coming. They had it coming. They are. And they're like, see? Proof. Evidence.
The nonprofit People's Action Institute, which has a care over cost campaign focused on the health insurance company's, quote, systemic practice of refusing to approve care.
Amy Goodman is so hot. Andre.
Care through prior authorization denials or pay for care through claim denials. And in Philadelphia, we're joined by Wendell Potter, former executive for the health insurance companies Cigna and Humana. He's the executive editor of Healthcare Uncovered. Wendell is the author of Deadly Spin, an insurance company insider speaks out on how corporate PR is killing healthcare and deceiving Americans, and also the book Nation on the Take, How Big Money Corrupts Our Democracy and What We Can Do About It. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Wendell, let's begin with you.
Never calls again.
When you heard that the CEO of United Health was murdered on the streets of New York, that the assassin had written the words deny, depose, defend on the bullet.
You want her to take you out to dinner and then say, sorry, I'm just not looking for anything serious.
There was this outpouring of anger about healthcare companies, while at the same time, many, of course, expressed condolences to the family of Brian Thompson. Your thoughts?
It was chilling, but not shocking to me. I used to plan the kind of events that Brian Thompson was in New York for the company's Investor Day, and I want to stress that because it's significant that that's why he.
I'm honestly not surprised that they have a fan cam of they had it coming. This is what I meant by there is nothing that hasn't been made by people on the internet. They have literally made everything. Bro, see, this is why I can not commit murder. I mean, for many reasons, but one being I'm just too big of a fan of Chicago. I'm too big of a fan of Chicago. It would be used against me in a court of law.
He was in New York to attend probably the most important meeting in the company's year, which is meeting with its top institutional investors and Wall Street financial analysts who write reports that help determine the fate of these companies on Wall Street. That's what these companies. That's where they worship. They worship at the altar of Wall Street.
Maybe I'll take Andre.
And I think what we're seeing here is this young man, if this is the suspect who's been arrested, is the assailant.
I'll take non.
Experienced some kind of delay, apparently, or some kind of an interaction that did not go well with his insurance company and with the industry. This has been going on for a long time. This company in particular has a record of using prior authorization or refusing to pay for needed care far more than its competitors. But for-profit insurers in general have used this as a means of enriching their shareholders, of using fewer and fewer of our premium dollars to pay for the care that we need so that more money can be made available to their shareholders.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Wendell Potter, there are about an average of 75 homicides per day in the United States. And I was stunned by the level of media attention and law enforcement resources utilized to track down this one killer of a wealthy businessman and health executive. I'm wondering your sense of where our system places its resources.
You know, it's a very good point. So many resources were put on this, obviously for one reason, because it became such a big media story, and the drama around this made it certainly a compelling story. But we're talking about a person of privilege.
There's a Give, Send, Go fund for Luigi that's reached nearly 25K. I would be careful with stuff like that because there are a lot of people who, you know, will try and take advantage of a situation like this where this is like the, this is the thing. This is the thing that everyone's talking about. So there's a lot of, you know, misinformation out there, of course. People will scam. I mean, they were, you know, there's no depths to which people will not sink, unfortunately. Like, you know, how individuals have done this, pretending that they are raising money for Palestinian families to escape Gaza. And there have been scams. So just be careful with those types of things, you know. If something is not verified. Yeah, people scam doing hurricane aid. Good night, Joe, and happy 30th birthday.
And great wealth who was killed. And that triggered this this manhunt that we...
I know, but I kind of think scams usually get capped at some $100 or so. Not at all. Unfortunately, that's not how that works. This reached 25K, so I think something is legitimate. Now, unfortunately, it will sometimes be the case that a lot of money will be raised because people think that it's going to a good cause, and in fact, it is a scam. Yep. So just exercise caution. Exercise caution whenever you are donating to a charity, whenever you're donating to a GoFundMe, whenever you're donating to something, that there are plenty of scammers out there who will take advantage of people's goodwill.
I think we, as you said, there are homicides every day in this country, sadly, but you don't have this kind of reaction. But I think part of what's going on here, back to the rage that we've seen on social media, it's just been barely below the surface, and this triggered something. I'm equating this to kind of a dike bursting. I saw this rage, this
I'm sorry, the what bursting? I don't think I usually I hear it as like dam bursting. I know. That was like I know, but normally I feel like when that saying is said, it's usually like the levees have burst, the dam has burst. I don't know if I've heard someone say the dike has burst, even though, yes, a dike is a dike is a similar term to a levee or a dam, but that just woke me up a little bit,
if you will, toward this industry when I worked for it, and it was one of the reasons why I left. I couldn't, in good conscience, continue to support an industry that used prior authorization that established themselves firmly between a patient and his or her doctor. That's what these companies have done. And I think that what we're seeing, sadly, in some form or fashion probably was inevitable, because more and more people are facing these denials of care or denials of claims. So people are winding up deep in debt. 100 million Americans have medical debt, but most of those people have health insurance, but they can't get their insurance companies to cover the care that they need. They have to spend so much money out of their own pockets before their coverage will even kick in. So it is a crisis that was brewing and I think has erupted. And I think the challenge is going to be, what do we make of this? How do we harness this rage? When I say we, I'm talking about advocates and those who know that this system needs a fundamental overhaul like we've never seen before. How do we harness this and channel it in constructive ways to push reforms forward?
I wanted to go back to the health care point, but I also wanted to amplify the issue that Juan just raised. New York City Mayor Eric Adams was speaking during the news conference Monday about the arrest.
Oh my God, CNN has a guest on who's saying this?
Of Mangione, when he was asked about another case here in New York.
I wanted to ask you about the killing of a migrant teenager last week in the financial district. A group of men attacked him and another migrant after reportedly asking him whether he spoke English or not. What updates do you have in that case, and do you have images of the suspects in that case? And
yeah, are there resources like the ones spent on hunting down the killer of Brian Thompson that are spent on that case, right?
So why haven't those been
the media care,
as we saw in this other case? And has the same amount of police resources been spent on his death as the CEO's death?
First and foremost, the fact pattern that you just described about asking, did he speak English, that was not in any of the reports. Any loss is a huge loss.
Ready. That is Mayor Adams, and they were talking about the killing of the migrant just a day after Jeremy Colina, who is 17 years old.
That was a great question.
Group came upon him, and a friend said, "Do you speak English?" When they said no, he was killed. The other was critically wounded, and this question.
I like that. That's what Eric Adams chose to focus
of
on.
Whether they got video and photos of the gang that moved on. But we're going to stick right now on the health care issue. Derek Crow is with us of People's Action Institute. Derek, you've been collecting testimony. Your group was involved with a mass arrest. I want to turn to the Color Lines video report that features 29-year-old Carly Morton of Beaver, Pennsylvania, who was supported by People's Action's Care Over Cost campaign.
I had been fighting my medical issues in my insurance company off and on for more than a year. I cried and screamed and requested supervisors. They made it impossible. I thought that that was the end of the road. I'm not getting the surgery, so there's not much of a chance for me. We reached out to People's Action, and they gathered together around me and helped me fight my insurance company. And then when that change happened, it was like all this hope just went inside of me.
Derek Crow of People's Action Institute, you've been putting out videos like these. A whole group of people affiliated with People's Action Institute were just recently arrested outside the offices of the Minneapolis headquarters of United Health. Explain.
Right. Well, first, let me say that we also offer our condolences to the family and friends of Brian Thompson. We obviously condemn any act of gun violence, no matter the motivation. We were shocked by that crime. We were not shocked by the outpouring of rage you mentioned. And I just want to say the thing that took us to that location and that led us to that action were stories just like Carly's. These corporations have too much power in this country. They are blocking progress on issues like gun violence.
He did the thing where he felt the need to state, like, the obvious.
And on the epidemic of care denials in this country, either through prior authorizations or through claims denials. Just like Carly, 248 million care denials are issued by these companies every year, either through a prior authorization denial or a care denial. And people's anxiety and stress and anger about that has just built up to a boiling point. Carly's case, she finally got paid her claim for that surgery only because she worked with us and gathered around with other people who organized in a strategic, nonviolent way to put pressure on these companies. Her condition is terribly painful. It's called NMALS. Its pain when she eats is equivalent, her doctors say, to end-stage pancreatic cancer. And this corporation was refusing to give her the care that she needed, that she had been paying premiums for. And we had to literally take her pain to their front door to get their attention. Now, we were happy to do that. We want to do that for everybody that joins us at careovercost.org, but we can't do that 248 million times a year. Something's got to change.
Derek Crow, we only have about 30 seconds, but I wanted to ask you quickly, Medicare Advantage, which Brian Thompson ran for United Healthcare, the privatization of Social Security. We're seeing all these ads about open enrollment the past few weeks. What are you urging in terms of the government's use of this privatization of Medicare?
Well, we must stop the government from turning over Medicare to companies like...
Yo, did you guys see Bernie Sanders saying that he's not going to seek re-election? Maybe Bernie's response to this is, you know what? My time has come to an end, but I think I have done what I can do. And I think I have done what I can do, and he's passing the torch. Yeah.
Like United Healthcare through privatization schemes like Medicare
Mario?
Advantage. And we've also got to get policymakers to take the claims review process, the appeals process, out of the hands of corporations like this and get our healthcare focused on people's needs and not corporate profit.
Well, we'll leave it there for now, but of course we'll continue to cover this issue. We're going to do a part 2 with the two of you. We hope you can both stay.
Okay, I wanted to watch his lawyer.
Microphone, so let's go ahead and listen in live together.
I really don't want to get into that.
Is he saying he's innocent at this point?
He has indicated pleas of not guilty. The only charges that we've seen thus far have been the ones here in Pennsylvania.
Sorry. Tom Dickey defending Luigi's mansion. Tom Dickey.
And we have pled not guilty to those charges, and we'll
What's his
pursue
state
it.
of mind?
Tommy
I
Dick.
really can't get into that. That's too
My
speculative.
cousin
I'm not going to get
Dicky.
into that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear from here. You said he has said he's innocent so far?
Oh, yeah, we pled not guilty.
Not my cousin Dicky. Not my cousin Dicky. Oh my fucking God. My cousin
These are the
Dicky.
charges in Pennsylvania. Like I said, I'm not aware of any actual charges in New York. If you were in the hearing earlier, there was a proceeding where they introduced some documents, which, as I complained about, didn't have enough information for me. So we're looking forward to getting that additional information.
When did that plea happen? It's not something that I was aware of.
Okay. Well, hopefully, again, I was not at the arraignment yesterday. I hope he pled not guilty. I assume that's what happened. But today, when I entered my appearance, and for the record, he's pleading not guilty to those offenses.
So he is. I was at the hearing. He did not say that he was not guilty or make that plea. So right now, though, you're telling us that he is pleading not guilty.
That is correct.
He doesn't say you were under the impression, or you're trying to defend the client on the fact that he is not the shooter.
Okay, let's see. What do we know about?
Listen, I haven't seen any evidence that says that he's the shooter. So that's, like I said earlier, and I wasn't kidding around. A couple of things. If you're going to report something, report it accurately. And remember, and this is not just a small thing, the fundamental concept of American justice is a presumption of innocence, and until you're proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt. And I've seen zero.
Tom Dickey's saying, I don't know what you guys are all talking about. I haven't seen any evidence. Mod check on the evidence?
Evidence at this point, and so I'm not even aware of what any charges.
I'm sorry, that's just regarding the extradition request from...
Well, during the hearing today was the extradition, so we're going to take one step at a time. It's a long process.
Take one step at a time.
The NYPD release of him.
I'm sorry?
The photos the NYPD release of your client.
I don't have any control over what the NYPD does, and if they release something, I hope I can get my hands on them, and if you guys get them, send them to me. I'd appreciate it.
Clarify something. You pled for him not guilty in the state of Pennsylvania about the charges here. Can you just, when did that happen?
Well, he has a hearing coming up. I believe it's the 20-somethingth. I can't recall. A lot happened today. So until they haven't even had a prima facie case established yet, so they'd have to have a prima facie case established before they can the case can move on to the court of common pleas. So the burden's always on the government, thank God, and that's their burden, and they're going to have to produce some evidence, and we're anxious to see it.
Understanding that you have said you have not seen charges coming out of New York yet, that if and when there are, and you have seen them, will you be pleading not guilty to those as well?
That would be my expectation.
He looks
that
like
certainly would be
Charlie's
my
uncle
advice.
from
Your client's demeanor the past 2 days at the arraignment and again today at the hearing. At some points he was, smiling, laughing. You even had to actually tell him to stop talking. What are his feelings right now?
Well,
I mean, he seems outspoken.
Well, he's obvious. I said earlier, use your common sense. If you put yourself you or a loved one in that position, it's natural, I think, to go through many emotional states. As far as him not talking, as long as I'm going to be the lawyer, I'm going to do all the talking. My client's not going to say anything.
A quick question about process. I was also at the hearing last night. I don't remember any plea being asked for or entered.
Okay. As long as he hasn't pled guilty, that's all I care about. So.
In the Blair County case, just not the.
Well, I'm telling you, as his lawyer, he didn't have any lawyer of record, and he didn't have any representation until I got involved this afternoon. And I'm telling you, he's pleading not guilty to each and every of those charges.
When does that plea normally happen?
Bro, ain't no way. They're doing the Harry Potter memes. They're doing Harry Potter memes. Dad, what if I'm put in Slytherin? Luigi Mangione Potter, you were named after the bravest man I have ever known. I fucking cannot. Millennials must be stopped.
At the first hearing?
Like I said, normally that could happen at the what happened last night at the informal arraignment, which is at the magisterial district judge.
So is he telling you this is all some sort of awful mistake?
I'm not going to talk about anything he's told me.
How do you end up in Altoona?
I'm not going to talk about that.
Has he been able to contact his family since?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that either.
Can you tell us when you were hired?
I can say sometime prior to the hearing this afternoon.
So you were hired and not appointed by the court?
That is correct.
If Governor Huichol provides this governor's extradition thing, does that change the timetable here? You still have the right to a habeas hearing, don't you?
Yes, sir, we do. Like I said, and I'm not trying to be, it's 24. I'm not trying to be a smart ass or anything, but when we see, we've got to wait until we see things. When things happen, we'll react to that and proceed accordingly.
Since cameras weren't allowed in the courtroom, and which is normal and fine.
In Pennsylvania, that's the law.
Would you be able to give us a summary of what it is that happened in the courtroom today?
Yeah, today is basically what it was, and it happened fast.
Okay, I'm just gonna say too, like, the photos of the guy in the Starbucks that they released as a person of interest, okay? When he takes his mask down, he's smiling because some girl supposedly was flirting with him. I have looked at those over and over again compared to Luigi. They do not look like the same person. And then the other pictures that were released do not look like either of them as well. Like, it's just this bizarre thing. It's this bizarre thing, which is why, like, again, I'm not getting into conspiracy theories here, but somebody seeing him and then seeing any of the pictures that have been released and thinking enough that he looked like those pictures to call the police, it's so bizarre, because I genuinely feel like not all big eyebrowed men, okay? Not all big eyebrowed men. It is this weird thing, though, where they look like different people. They look like different people.
There was an extradition hearing scheduled. I found out about that about an hour or so before the hearing.
Not all Italian men with thick eyebrows.
And the initial thing is a person can waive extradition. And it was my opinion and my advice under the circumstances that he not, and I emphasize the not because apparently there's news reports already going out that he waived his extradition. He did not do that. And so that's why we wanted to make sure we're going to use the process and use the Constitution and the rights that are available to any one of us in this room and any American citizen or person charged with a crime. So we're going to move forward.
You argue that he should not be.
Okay, hold on. Did y'all see this? So this is Sean Morrow, who makes videos for More Perfect Union. This is crazy.
Now that they got the guy, I feel like it's safe for me to tell the story of how TMZ reached out claiming they had multiple tips saying I was the killer. And
TMZ? TMZ? What is happening? What is going on? Why did TMZ reach out to the More Perfect Union guy? The killers are multiplying. That's what I'm saying, right? Throw Mizgif up there. Italian guy with thick eyebrows?
and their reasoning and evidence are pretty wild. It started with this email with my name spelled wrong to my entire company, and then I just called them on the phone. This is that entire call.
We got a tip that this Sean Merrill works at More Perfect Union, and the name is Sean Merrill. Have you seen that your name is being tied to the murder of the CEO in New York?
Being tied to it?
What?
And by who?
A couple of people have wrote in saying that there's a Sean that Sean Merrill is of More Perfect Union is the
TMZ. What the fuck are you doing getting involved here? Why is it? Oh, is it really? You've seen a few posts? You've seen it? that people are holding space for Sean Morrow of More Perfect Union as the killer.
The killer.
That's very strange. I am a reporter
TMZ
who
is queer
covers
media.
health issues, which might be part of it.
So the YouTube videos are yours.
Which YouTube videos would those be?
The video, they're talking about the healthcare.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm a journalist.
So yeah, just so you know, we were getting tips because obviously, like, they're trying to basically say anybody who's spoken about whatever is a possible suspect. You know?
What?
Yeah, I mean that's insane to me.
Has anybody else contacted you about
That's
that?
insane.
Or anything?
No.
Oh, okay. So this is the first you've heard of it.
This is the first I've heard of it. Yeah. Those YouTube videos were journalistic investigations of the industry.
Bro, here's an example. We watched one of them. It's literally this, okay? If you missed when we watched More Perfect Union UHC. I think this was the one that we watched. Yeah.
A few weeks ago, producer Alec Opperman reached out to me with a surprising fact. Doctors are taking out payday loans. That kind of blew my mind. Doctors...
Like, I'm sorry. That is a year ago. And then the one that they posted... was like this one.
In May of 2023, my mom was suffering from late-stage cancer. And
this is the one that I think...
Rehab...
I don't know. Is it that really multiple people have been calling in tips? Or is TMZ just stirring up some shit?
Nursing facility while we tried to figure out what the next steps in her care plan were. We had a lot of very difficult choices to make when one more got added.
Like,
a billing
this is the
administrator at the
video!
nursing facility approached me to let me know that my mom's Aetna Medicare Advantage plan wouldn't cover her stay anymore. Our only options were to bring her home. She could barely walk and was on an IV drip needing constant medical care, or to get rid of her Medicare Advantage plan and switch back to regular Medicare. The basic public plan would have paid for her continued stay.
Also, I think this came out, when did... December 4th. Yeah, so obviously, if you know anything about anything, you know that this video came out the day after the shooting, but these things take time to film, to edit. And I'm sorry, but it is fucking insane to not understand that this is a journalist making a video about health insurance for More Perfect Union. What is happening? Oh my God. Oh, it's so stupid. Oh, it's so stupid.
If me calmly explaining what your job is sounds like a threat, then your job should not exist.
That is crazy. That is so fucking nuts. Sorry, I was too lazy to retell this whole story as a Twitter thread, so I'm uploading the IG reel I already made. What the fuck? I've also been critical of the system in a way that's gotten noticed from the industry, but I have truly no idea who is sending in these supposed tips. Wait a second. Hold on. Hold on. Did people who work in the industry send in these bullshit tips on Sean Morrow because they don't like that he has criticized the greedy for-profit industry? Oh my God. Because I'm sorry, I just can't imagine a normal person reaching out to TMZ to be like, hey, there's this guy Sean Morrow and he made a video on the healthcare industry and I think he's the killer. Like, I would be more inclined to believe that he has been targeted. Yeah, like only TMZ would, no questions asked. No questions asked, TMZ. Oh, God. One note I left out of the video after the email came through, I noticed that 7 or 8 TMZ employees and the official TMZ account had opened my Instagram story. They needed their whole crack team on this big scoop. What the fuck? The only edits I made to this call are for time. I cut out me introducing myself. I cut out the reporter forgetting to go on mute and arguing with a colleague. Just stuff like, this is the guy from the website. They didn't have a phone number, so I emailed. That's fucking insane. Insane. UB, thank you so much for the 18 months. Oh, I saw this. Yeah. I think his sister posted and was like praying for you. Okay, this is just like crazy. Crazy. Oh my God, there's just so much that is going on. Yeah, it's very funny for Josh Shapiro to be getting involved here when it's like, hey buddy, don't you have another murder case that you should be covering up? Don't you have another true, like, horrible true crime story to get involved in? Don't you love covering up murder? In some dark corners, this killer is being hailed as a hero. Hear me on this. He is no hero. The real hero in this story is the person who called 911 at McDonald's this morning. But said in an Obama voice. Like, say that, but Obama's voice. Okay, I want to read this quick piece by Prem Taker. I don't know how to say his last name. He writes for ZTO News, and he's really smart. It's free scrolling Twitter. Sometimes I do free scroll. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I get a little fast and loose with it. All right, so 2 26-year-olds, one killed a homeless man, another is suspected of killing a healthcare CEO. Daniel Penny is free after killing a man victim to the system. What of Luigi Mangione, who is suspected of killing a man symbolic of it? Right, because the same people who are like, woohoo, Daniel Penny, he's a hero, would be like, Luigi Mangione is a monster. On Monday, 26-year-old Daniel Penny was acquitted after killing Jordan Neely, a desperate black homeless man on the subway, on the grounds that he was trying to protect others. On the same day, police detained 26-year-old Luigi Mangione, who is suspected of killing the CEO of a company that has denied thousands of life-saving healthcare claims. Penny walks free after killing a man victim to the system. What will be the verdict for Mangione, who is suspected of killing a man symbolic of it? As many have remarked, Brian Thompson's tenure as CEO of insurance giant United Healthcare was grisly. Thompson allegedly conducted insider trading, selling millions of dollars of stock upon learning that the Department of Justice reopened an antitrust investigation into United Health. While the company was on an upward profit swing, it has been awash in allegations and revelations of limiting mental health care coverage via algorithm, denying healthcare services needed after hospitalization at drastic rates via AI, and denying insurance claims at a starkly high rate. A gun killed Thompson, paperwork has killed thousands. As others have noted, Thompson is not aberrant from either the blood-sucking industry or the broader social structure that has long allowed people of high status to skate by with no regard for the rules governing us, while enjoying esteem and priority nary any of us enjoy. While thousands have joked about the premeditated killing, celebrated it, even propped up the assailant as some folk hero, some, mostly members of Congress and the establishment media, have dug their heels, categorizing all reaction that isn't somber as vicious, dehumanizing, or even just as another example of the radical left. How dare you? He had a wife and kids. How can so many Americans be indifferent or even celebratory in response to death? Senator John Fetterman. Oh, this fucking guy. This fucking guy, of course. You know, Fetterman, after his stroke, is always going to have the worst, most disgusting position on anything ever. He has loudly insisted that the public execution of an innocent man and father of two is indefensible. Innocent? We are expected to ignore the fact that for 14 months straight before Thompson's killing, Israeli forces have publicly executed thousands of innocent men, women, and children in Gaza with the enthusiastic support of U.S. politicians like Fetterman. We are also expected to ignore that 2 days after Thompson was killed, 2 migrant children were stabbed in Lower Manhattan. Yeah, that is the question that was being asked about. In the Eric Adams press conference. 2 migrant children. The culprit asked if they spoke English. The teenagers indicated they did not. They were then stabbed. One was killed. No ensuing nationwide manhunts. Indeed, that same day, sorry, I keep losing track. A judge dismissed one charge against Penny, the man who put Jordan Neely, a homeless man who suffered from mental illness, in a chokehold on the subway for several minutes, killing him. Neely was allegedly behaving aggressively and yelling about his lack of food, water, and shelter, and that he was ready to die. Penny, who claimed he was trying to protect others on the train, was acquitted of the remaining charge, criminally negligent homicide, that he faced. Each case obviously is its own, but in each, contradictions of who is human, questions of who merits sympathy, and inquiries of what sort of society we tolerate ring loud and clear. How many migrants has this country really killed, either in wreaking havoc across the world and creating migrants to begin with, or in how it treats them if they manage to cross our militarized southern border? How many tax dollars have been funneled towards endless war abroad, towards uncounted massacres of foreigners? How many people here in the U.S. have been left without a place to call home, a pillow to return to on good days or bad ones, to the point of desperation? How many times have they been met with violence, often tolerated or encouraged rather than care and uplift, like in Daniel Penny's killing of Jordan Neely? And has that violence helped in any discernible way? It's a cruel juxtaposition. The system that produced a behemoth health insurance company that haphazardly denies thousands of healthcare claims is the same that brought a homeless man with schizophrenia and depression to bounce between subway cars. Yeah. That is, it's, I couldn't have said it better myself. Could not have said it better myself. And that is the truth of it, right? Where some lives matter and others don't, right? And social murder is not considered murder. If you kill people, but it's legal, then it's fine. Or if you kill somebody who is considered, on the margins of society as somebody who's already been so dehumanized, whose life is considered to be not worth much, then that's okay too. Mangione probably saved lives by putting so much heat on the industry they gave and flipped that anesthesia policy decision. I mean, that is so fucking insane. Let's listen to Bill Burr rant about it.
You begin your journey as a fucked up adult, and hopefully you start to turn the ship around in your 30s. if you're open to it. If you're open to it, I don't know. If you're open to new information and maybe the way you look at the world isn't the way it should be. You know what's annoying me about this kid who killed this CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people when they are at their most vulnerable, after we've all given them our money every fucking month, and now we finally need you, and all you do is deny us. And then these pussies and all of these things are taking the pictures of their CEOs off their websites. You know, I got to be honest with you, okay? I love that fucking CEOs are fucking afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy fucking pieces of shit, and a lot of you are mass murderers. You just don't pull the trigger. That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, oh, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, well, what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it? Did I tell you, like, out here in 2026, like, they're going to not have a sell-by date on food anymore, and they're trying to make it like they're trying to save regular people money? It's like, no, they're going to let grocery stores sell food past the fucking sell-by date because they weren't legally allowed to sell it. And then, they probably have to eat that. They have to eat, no pun intended, they have to eat the cost of that. So now they're going to pass it on to us. Okay, and that thing went through with Democrats and Republicans. Once again, selling us all out. They don't give a fuck.
Woo!
I saw this thing on the internet that was allegedly, it was...
This is why, like, okay, look, Bill Burr is not a perfect person, of course, none of us are, and there are some things where it's like, oh, Bill, but at the end of the day, I always feel you will never make me hate this man. Bill Burr has consistently been a guy who he calls this kind of shit out. He is like the type of guy who is not afraid to say what a lot of other people who are in the public eye are afraid to say. And he really, as famous and like rich as Bill Burr has become, he always still feels like one of the people.
Al Capone that came up with the sell-by date.
He's also someone who can trace his growth when looking back at the mid-2000s through now. He's actually tried to get better and educate himself. Yeah. Like, this is a guy who, he's like a tough dude from the East Coast. Right? He's got a certain East Coast way about him. And yet he does seem to be someone who consistently, even when he's said things in the past, behaved in a certain way. From the safe suburbs of Boston. Yeah. Like, this is a guy from Boston. Have I watched his Philly rant? Oh my God, we've watched that on stream.
I refuse to believe that that's true. I feel like that lives in the world of Fred Rogers. You remember Mr. Rogers? And then all of a sudden there was this rumor that he had sleeve tattoos and he was in Vietnam and he fucking killed a bunch of people. That rumor got out there. Maybe this one's true. I have no idea. All right? But, I will tell you that this country was way better when the Italians ran it, meaning the mob. It was much better because what they were doing was illegal. So they were just, through the fact that it was illegal, they were sort of, I can never remember what's the proper terminology in business. Not governed. They were.
Bill says, "Bring back the mob."
Regulated. Just by the simple fact that what they were doing wasn't legal. And then the problem was they got rid of the mob, and then all the corporations took all of the mob scams, both the government and these corporations. They're running the same scams. running the same scans. You know, the fucking, I've talked about this before. Like they used to have then they used to run the numbers, which they stole from black people. That became the lottery. Loan sharking, ridiculous interest rates is what banks are doing. And I always love people. Oh, well, what's the difference between a banker and a loan sharker? What's the difference? And they're like, well, a bank doesn't have to break your legs. Yeah, because they have the law on their side. Make no mistake. If they didn't, they'd be breaking your fucking legs. They don't give a fuck. And then all of these corporations profiting off of fucking war. They are murderers. The people that fucking poisoned our food supply and giving people cancer, they're fucking murderers. They're just not standing there with a gun, shooting you in the back when you go into the grocery store so it doesn't look that way. It's fucking unreal. And I gotta tell you, it's really annoying how hard they're trying to find this kid that shot that guy. Okay? How much they're trying to solve that fucking crime, where if it was just some regular fucking jerk-off walking in there, are they trying that hard? I know they're trying to solve it. I'm not shitting on the cops here, but I'm saying that the political pressure would not be there. I don't know. I guess one fucking healthcare person, company, like they only covered
Right, like the nonstop attention from the media, all the statements from politicians, all of the resources dedicated to it, the reward money, like that is because Brian Thompson was part of the ruling class, okay? That is because Brian Thompson was their guy, all right? They don't fucking do that for somebody who's not Brian Thompson. Like, that is why that has dominated the news, in addition to everyday people's response to that shooting and going, oh, you think we give a fuck?
Anesthesia for a certain amount of time. Do you realize how fucking evil that is? Like, they sit in meetings and have that.
Oh, yeah, this is the anesthesia part.
And now they're like, no, we'll cover it for the whole... Oh, you're going to cover the whole operation? Is that what it is? I don't have to wake up halfway through a fucking appendix removal? Appendectomy? Anyway, so I feel like if the motive is what they're saying, it was inevitable. There's only so long that you can go around doing that and treating people that way, in the evil way that they treat people, before somebody's going to retaliate and get the right person or the wrong person, because I don't know anything about that guy. I'm just saying. And it's amazing that story, it isn't amazing. It's expected that it's not going into mainstream media. They're just treating it like, oh my God, it was a cold-blooded murder, and that's fucking it, and they're ignoring the general public's reaction to it. That's what I think is going on, even though I don't watch the news at all. Why don't you watch the news, Bill? I guess because I was disappointed so many times by it. I'm making a joke, but it's the truth. All right. Guess what I did this week on the Anything Better podcast? I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to bet dumb shit.
Okay. Well, let's move on and look at some Golden Globes stuff. Look at some Hollywood film stuff. Bill Burr podcast guest when? Good question. You're so right about the class issue, and if it should turn out that Luigi is the one, it'll be interesting because his family is rich and privileged. Right. And so, you would expect a guy like that to stay the course and become an entrepreneur, executive, build his wealth, have more privilege, etc. And he was radicalized against that. When we think about that, chatter, spot on. Luigi did save me so many people because of the blue thing about anesthesia. Yeah, that's why it's like, okay, as far as, killing the CEO isn't going to achieve anything. Yeah, it's not going to bring this fucking disgusting predatory system to its knees, like the death of one CEO, but certainly there are effects of it that we can see. That story about Blue Cross Blue Shield having a policy that was going to start in February where they would only cover the anesthesia of a surgery that you had to have for a limited amount of time. And if your surgery went over, sorry, anesthesia is not getting covered. That shit is so fucking expensive. That would not have gone viral, and there would not have been the pressure that was on the company to, because they do that shit all the time. Like that's the entire industry. They're just always looking for new ways to fuck you over. But the reality is that, you know, even if you come from a wealthy family like Luigi did, they're not billionaires. They're well-to-do, but they still have to deal with the healthcare system now, not in the way that somebody who has less, less resources and less wealth than they do, but the healthcare industry is one where it affects most people. And it is also like, even if you can afford to pay for it, it is still something that can radicalize you. You go, well, wait a second, hold on. I pay so much money for my health insurance, and yet I'm still having to fork over $20,000 for surgery. I still have to go through all these fucking hoops and obstacles to find somebody in my network. Like all of the pains of the health insurance industry are still one that affect people who are even of the class status that Luigi and his family were. And also the thing about Luigi is that very clearly in this manifesto, he's not talking about just himself. He's talking about how this industry has, how it has caused people who live in this country an unimaginable amount of pain and suffering. How it is an industry that no matter if you have money, like it makes money off the off the dead and the dying, you know? Yeah, like he looked at the people who are responsible for causing so much suffering, and that's what he was talking about. All right, let's talk a little bit about the Globes. Yeah, I've seen the Jennifer's body meme everywhere. You're killing people. No, I'm killing evil CEOs. Remember when Sarah Palin said socialized medicine would create death panels? Oh, Sarah Palin. Yeah. Remember when she was potentially one heartbeat away from becoming the president? Isn't that fucking crazy? Insane. Sarah Palin. Okay, so the Golden Globes. The Golden Globes. Oh my God, the Golden Globes. So we're talking about the Golden Globes, aka historically Hollywood's most chaotic award show. And we are in the early stages of kicking off award season. So it really will start to ramp up in the new year. starting with the Golden Globes, which will be on January 5th. And that was my first official ban on Twitch, was the Golden Globes. Never forget. Never forget. So the reason why the Golden Globes have been plagued with controversy is due to the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. So that was the organization of 90 journalists, US-based journalists, who were just clouded with scandal, ranging from taking bribes so that, so that films and the talent associated with the films and TV shows would get nominations, to the rampant racism and misogyny of the HFPA. And it got to a point that the HFPA was so bad and the Globes were so tainted that big name talent stopped showing up. So do you remember when Tom Cruise gave his Golden Globe back, when he was like, no, I'm giving this back? And then when Brendan Fraser had been nominated for a Globe for The Whale, and he refused to go because he claimed that Philip Burke, the previous president of HFPA, had sexually assaulted him. And so he was like, no, I will have nothing to do with the Globes. And so there's just like a ton of shit. There was a ton of shit associated with the Globes. They found, like, they did internal investigation and found that the lack of diversity in the HFPA's voting body led to lopsided winners, and that there were like very intentional that the organization was very intentionally trying to keep out Black journalists and other journalists of color, women, etc. They were like, no, thank you. Hell no. Hell no, we won't go woke. So what happened is, back in 2021, the HFPA was like, oh, we're going to make some changes. We're going to fix all this shit. We promise. We're going to broaden our membership base. We're going to make our voting methods more transparent. We're not going to take bribes anymore. Or if we do, we're going to be much more secretive. We're going to look at all the ethical violations that we've been accused of. And they put out this whole statement saying all of that. And a number of publicity agencies had sent a letter saying to the HFPA, if you do not fix this shit, you will no longer have access to our fancy, starry clients. If you don't reform, then no more access. So the HFPA made a number of changes, and it was better. It was better. Still not perfect. But then in 2023, it was announced that the HFPA was going to officially be called like the Golden Globes organization, affiliation, whatever. And that Dick Wolf of Dick Wolf Productions, along with Eldridge Industries, which is a holdings company, we're buying the Golden Globes. So the ownership of the Globes now belongs to Dick Wolf Productions and Eldridge Industries. And they decided to rebrand the Globes as like a serious, positive, like not super, super serious, but like a place that emphasizes positivity and is a good environment. And it's, not a joke of an award show. It's not the drunk cousin who's in the basement. It's a show that should be taken seriously. And then remember last year's Golden Globes where Joe Coy was the host, where nobody wanted to fucking host the Globes because they've become such a joke of a show. And it's hard when you've been a joke for a long time. You can't just immediately, the next year fix that. And so last year they had a lot of difficulty finding a host for the show, and it ended up being Joe Coy, and it was so unbelievably bad. It was so rough. It was so fucking rough. And anyway, so they have been trying to continue to overhaul the show. Nikki Glaser is hosting this year. She will be much better than Joe Coy. But the Globes are ridiculous, okay? The Globes are ridiculous. And nothing is going to change that. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at what dominated the nominations this year. And that would be Emilia Perez. Emilia Perez, which is the film that Selena Gomez plays the Spanish-speaking wife of a transgender Mexican cartel drug lord in. And she was recently criticized by a very famous actor in Mexico who said that her accent is super, super bad. And then, of course, she commented in the way that Selena does. She commented on his Instagram and said, wait, where did I put it? Oh, wait, that's her follow-up. Here it is. She wrote, I understand where you are coming from, ... I'm sorry, I did the best I could with the time I was given. Doesn't take away from how much work and heart I put into this movie. Selena, why? Why are you... Like, just let this... You know what you're doing, okay? I'm sorry I did the best I could with the time I was given. She loves Instagram. She loves being in the comments of Instagram. She really does. She really loves being in IG comments. And then she also wrote this. Also, do not ever say my fans are the problem standing up as you say for me. And let me tell you, she knows exactly what she's doing. Because this is the year, I would say, of really ever, that the stans are playing a part in awards season, okay? They are going to war for Ariana Grande in Wicked. They're going to war for Selena Gomez in Emilia Perez. And the thing about stans of these pop girlies is that some of them are fucking insane, as we know. And so they will come after this man. They have come after Eugenio Derbez. I just said that so white. Eugenio Derbez for saying that Selena Gomez's accent was so distracting for him in Emilia Perez. Yeah, and so when she says here, also do not ever say my fans are the problem standing up as you say for me. Girl, we can read behind the lines here. We know that you are activating the selenators. All right? You are activating the selenators. But guess what? Doesn't matter, because Emilia Perez dominated the Golden Globes with 10 nominations. That means that it received more nominations than Barbie did last year, and then also more than Cabaret, 1972's Cabaret, with Liza fucking Minnelli. Now, I haven't finished Emilia Perez, but I've probably watched about half of it. This movie is a mess, okay? I don't have to finish this movie to know that it is a motherfucking mess. It is ambitious, but it is kind of giving me Crash vibes, but like a musical. It's Crash, but if it were about drug cartels, transgender drug lords, unappreciated lawyers, and there's music. I've heard it's very bad about trans issues. It's very bad. It's very bad. And I had read from trans critics, because I started watching it and I was like, this feels really offensive. On the one hand, I'm glad you got a trans actress to play the lead role, the titular role, but it feels like this feels like a fucking mess. It feels regressive. And I read a number of trans critics who were like, what the fuck is this? Has anybody seen this? I can't believe being a Selena stan. I also don't get it. I gotta be honest. I don't get it. I don't understand. I really thought that this film was going to be fucking incredible because of how well it did at Cannes Film Festival, because it's nominated for so many fucking Golden Globes, because so many people seemed to be positively talking about this film, and it is a fucking mess, y'all. It is a mess. There's too much going on. They're trying to do everything. They're trying to cover all of these topics, and they really don't have like anything interesting to say, and it's so surface level. And some of the music is catchy. It's got a good energy, and then some of it is so fucking like embarrassing. Like the lyrics are so juvenile and silly. It's like super, super silly. There's music. Dude, it's a fucking musical. It is a fucking musical. Let me show you the trailer. If you haven't seen the trailer for Emilia Perez. It is a film about one of the like big time scary cartel drug lords who hires this lawyer, who hires this kind of downtrodden lawyer to help this drug lord get secret gender affirming surgery and transition into a woman.
Are you English?
No, I'm not English. Why?
No, because you you are pretty.
That is the drug cartel lord who transitioned, and Zoe Saldana plays the lawyer.
So, does your client have a name?
He desires to remain anonymous. If you're not willing to accept, I don't think it's worth talking.
Like I said, very
Just cut to the
ambitious.
chase. To listen is to accept.
Also, I'm so sorry, but that actress looks like Anna Kasparian. Okay, when I was watching the movie, I just kept being like, she looks like Anna Kasparian.
Emilia Perez. Emilia Perez. Emilia
Emilia.
Perez. Emilia.
Emilia.
¿Eres tú?
Okay, can I show you guys the scene where she visits the doctor? Hold on. Emilia Perez, hospital, gender affirming care scene. Okay. Wait, where is that scene? If somebody can find it faster than I can, please link it. Because here's the thing, look, I love camp, okay? I love musicals, I love camp, but my problem is that this movie is trying to be a vehicle for all of this social commentary, particularly around the issue of trans identity. And you know what? Fuck it. I'm sad because I love a mess. I will say, if you want to sit down, have a glass of wine, and watch something that is fucking messy, then watch this movie. Okay? Watch this fucking movie. But like, this movie is not actually, doesn't reach the level of camp because of how seriously it takes itself. And it's also again, I'm only halfway through, but I feel like I've learned enough. Like, it's one of those where I go, I feel like I've seen enough. I have seen enough. Okay, I have to find this scene so I can show you guys, please. It was making the rounds on Twitter once upon a time. Yeah, it's also it's a scene. It's scene in Emilia Perez where they say penis, vagina, penis. Okay. You're not going to finish it? No. I am going to finish it. I am going to finish it because it's gotten so much goddamn attention. Like the Nick Merckx clip. Penis, vagina, penis. Why is this not loading? Please. Please. No, it was removed on Twitter. Fuck. Oh no. I wonder if the scene got scrubbed. Shit. Somebody help. What? This is not a real movie. Yeah. Okay, they keep linking to the shit, the post on Twitter that I think it was moved from. I don't have the scene, but this is a song by itself. Shit, we need the full scene. Damn it, Netflix must have taken it down. Okay, here, I'll just play. It's called La Vaginoplastia.
Hello, very nice to meet you. I'd like to know about sex change operation. I see.
It's very nice to meet you. I'd like to know about sex change operation.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina. Is it for you?
For me?
What would you like to know about it, man?
I wanna know it all. What is the protocol? The techniques and the risks. How many operations? How much time do you need?
Mammoplasty.
Yes.
Vaginoplasty.
Yes.
Rhinoplasty.
Yes.
Laryngoplasty.
Yes.
Mammoplasty.
Yes.
Vaginoplasty.
Yes.
Rhinoplasty.
Yes.
Laryngoplasty.
Yes.
Control laryngoplasty.
What is that?
Adam's apple reduction.
Yes.
God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Okay.
What is that?
Wait. The visuals. Okay. I just need you guys to know what the fuck I'm talking about. I need you to have the full. This is the fucking scene.
What is that?
Adam's apple reduction.
Yes.
I know. It's so bad. I did not expect this when I started this movie. Like, this is what people are saying for Best Picture. And I know that not all of you have seen it, okay? But I'm telling you, like, oh my God. I'm telling you, the way that, are you always on drugs or drunk? Oh. Bye. Goodbye. Yeah. Wow. Women really are not allowed to laugh. Okay. It is. I'll always get someone being in here who's like, why are you so drunk? And I'm like, they did it to Kamala and they did it to me. I found the beginning to it. Like, I just, you can already tell, but the way that the theme of transitioning, of trans identity is in this film is that it's very superficial. That it all rests on having gender affirming surgery. And the way that EMILIA Perez describes herself as half woman, half man. That it's this idea that, like, you are a man who gets surgery to become a woman. And it's just very, like, that's what I mean by regressive. That's what I mean by, like, you know, this isn't going to work for me overall. I don't care if it's like, okay, ambitious. Wow, you tried to do, you know, you did a musical where you got cartel drug lords, where you've got, you know, all these themes and blah, 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 blah. Because at the end of the day, it's very, yeah, it's giving trans medicalism. It's just giving very like it's gross. Yeah. I thought the people wanted challengers for Best Picture run series, but after hearing this, maybe they have a case. Yeah, there are legitimately people who are saying EMILIA Perez for Best Picture. There are Selena stans and like also just fans of Selena who are like pushing for her to win the Oscar for this. And I feel insane.
I see. Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina. Is it for you?
For me?
What would you like to know about it, madam?
I want to know it all. What is the protocol, the techniques and the risks? How many operations? How much time do you need?
Zoe Saldana, girl. What?
Yes.
Rhinoplasty.
I don't know what you're complaining about. That was catchy as fuck.
Mammoplasty.
Yes.
Vaginoplasty.
Yes.
Rhinoplasty.
Yes.
Laryngoplasty.
Yes.
Control laryngoplasty.
What is that?
Adam's apple reduction.
Yes.
Anyway, you guys get the fucking idea, okay? I don't need to play it 10 more times, or maybe I do. So didn't Selena get a standing ovation for this at Cannes? Yes, but Cannes and film festivals in general are like notorious for doing standing ovations for films that are terrible. Like, a standing ovation does not mean that the film like is phenomenal. Every film kind of gets a standing ovation. But anyway, the trio of actresses in Emilia Perez won the performance award at Cannes, and it got 10 Golden Globe nominations last night, which means that it has broken the record previously held by a comedy or musical motion picture. It surpassed Barbie. It surpassed motherfucking Cabaret. 1972's Cabaret. Life is a cabaret, old chum. Okay, so Emilia Perez was followed by The Brutalist with 7 nominations, Conclave with 6 nominations, Anora and The Substance with 5 nominations each. The Bear leads the TV nominations with 5 total mentions, followed by Only Murders in the Building and Shogun with 4 each. Overall, Netflix leads all distributors with a total of 26 noms. A24 follows in film with 12 mentions, and HBO Max comes in second in TV with 14. So the Golden Globes recognizes achievements across film and TV with categories for cinematic and box office achievement in film and best performance in stand-up comedy on television, which were introduced last year and are set to return this year. They also have the cinematic and box office achievement, which Barbie won last year, and that is a film that has achieved a gross box office receipt total of at least $150 million, of which $100 million must come from the U.S. domestic box office and or obtain commensurate digital streaming viewership according to the recognized trusted industry sources within the qualifying year. Okay, so here we'll just look at some of these categories, but now what I would say is there's always crossover between the films that are nominated for Golden Globes. They are split into categories. So remember, at the Oscars, there are 10 total nominations and there's no category split. So usually you'll have a case where there are going to be a couple films that are nominated for Golden Globe Best Film that don't receive Oscars because of the fact that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because there's 12 total nominations between drama and musical or comedy. Okay. So already you have 2 films from a list like this that are not going to make it. And then because the Globes have traditionally been more favorable to international films, which is why I think Emilia Perez got so much fucking attention, and I do not think it is going to get that love at the Oscars. You can have a situation where you have a couple films that didn't get nominated for Globe that end up getting a nomination for Best Picture at the Oscars. So for Best Motion Picture Drama, we have The Brutalist, A Complete Unknown, Conclave, Dune Part 2, although Denis Villeneuve did not get a Best Director nomination, which is crazy. However, when Dune came out, he did receive a Best Director Golden Globe nomination and then didn't end up getting an Oscar nomination. So this could end up being good for him in a weird way, where he didn't get recognized for the Globes. And so the Oscars want to, the voters may want to recognize him for Dune 2. And then we have Nickel Boys and September 5th. For Best Motion Picture, Comedy, or Musical, Anora, Challengers. I'm sorry. People who are calling for Challengers to win Best Picture are nutty. I liked Challengers. Okay, I had a really fucking good time. But that's crazy. The Challengers heads who are like, no, it needs to win Best Picture. Like, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. A Real Pain, The Substance, and Wicked. Yes. So one missing film that is being called a surprise omission is Sing Sing. Sing Sing only ended up receiving one nomination for Coleman Domingo, but it did very well at critics, at the Critics' Choice, at the Gotham Awards. They're re-releasing it in January, but no love from the Golden Globes. And then Wicked. So here's the ones that I think for sure will end up getting a Best Picture nom. I think The Brutalist will. I think Conclave. I think Dune Part 2. I think Anora. Wicked. I will like die if Emilia Perez gets one, but I just don't know. I mean, I think Emilia Perez could be getting a fucking Oscar nomination for Best Picture, which is crazy to me. I don't know much about A Real Pain. Oh, that's the one with Jesse Eisenberg. I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen that's a movie that I think they're going to have to ramp up marketing on. Emilia Perez is going to have me back in clown makeup. That is correct. Yeah, so Kieran Culkin and Jesse Eisenberg are in A Real Pain. Does The Substance have a chance? Honestly, I'm going to say I don't think so. Because traditionally, the Oscars do not like to recognize horror films. And especially one like The Substance, which is really fucking out there. It would be exciting. It would be really exciting to see Demi Moore get recognized for this. But basing it off of, what the Oscars are historically known to do, what they like, what they usually leave out from recognizing, horror is a category. That's why Get Out was a really big deal. And then yeah, those are ones that I think I feel pretty confidently about will get a nomination, but it's still pretty early. Okay, Best Motion Picture: Flow, Inside Out 2. This was not good. I'm sorry. Inside Out 2, I did not think was good. Memoir of a Snail, Moana 2, Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul, The Wild Robot. I really, really want to see The Wild Robot. Best Motion Picture, Non-English Language. All We Imagine Is Light, Emilia Perez, The Girl with the Needle, I'm Still Here, The Seed of the Sacred Fig, Vermilio. Okay. Best Performance by a Female Actor in a Motion Picture Drama. Pamela Anderson got a nom for The Last Showgirl. Angelina Jolie in Maria. Nicole Kidman in Baby Girl. Tilda Swinton in The Room Next Door. Fernanda Torres, I'm Still Here. And Kate Winslet in Lee. So what's really interesting that you'll notice is Best Performance by a Female Actor in a Motion Picture Drama. None of those films snagged a nomination for Best Feature, which is kind of wild. Best Performance by a Male Actor in a Motion Picture Drama. Adrian Brody, The Brutalist. Timothy Chalamet, A Complete Unknown. Daniel Craig, Queer. Coleman Domingo, Sing Sing. Ralph Fiennes, Conclave. Sebastian Stan ended up getting recognized for this and A Different Man. Okay, female actor in a motion picture, musical, or comedy. Amy Adams, Night Bitch. Cynthia Erivo, Wicked, Carlos Sofia Gascon, Emilia Perez, Mikey Madison and Nora, Demi Moore, Substance, Zendaya got a nomination for Challenges, her first one. Male actor in a motion picture, musical, or comedy, Jesse Eisenberg, A Real Pain, Hugh Grant, Heretic. Okay, Hugh Grant in Heretic. Gabriel LaBelle, Saturday Night. Jesse Plemons, Kinds of Kindness. Glenn Powell, Hitman. Okay. Sebastian Stan, A Different Man. Okay. Best performance by a female actor in a supporting role. Selena Gomez, Emilia Perez, Ariana Grande, Wicked. Okay, this is another great Selena Gomez post. Selena Gomez, who just loves being on Instagram. Only 2 of them will be nominated for an Oscar. So it's a quadrant with Zoe Saldana and Selena Gomez from Emilia Perez, and then Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo from Wicked. And here's what Selena wrote. I hope Ari and Zoe. Smiley. Like, girl, come on. Why are you responding to stuff like this? It is giving jobless. This is some random person online posting this and you're commenting, I hope Ari and Zoe. Oh boy. It's strange. It's strange behavior. Okay, wait. What the fuck was I looking at? All right. Felicity Jones got recognized for The Brutalist. Margaret Qualley got recognized for The Substance. Isabella Rossellini in Conclave. Zoe Saldana and Emilia Perez. Best performance by a male actor in a supporting role in any motion picture. Yura Borisov and Nora, love it. Kieran Culkin, A Real Pain. Edward Norton, A Complete Unknown. Guy Pearce, The Brutalist. Jeremy Strong, The Apprentice. Denzel for Gladiator 2. Best Director Motion Picture. Jacques Audiard, Emilia Perez. Like, I'm sorry, but Jacques Audiard getting nominated for Emilia Perez and nothing for Denis Villeneuve for doing Dune 2 is crazy. Sean Baker for Nora, Edward Berger, Conclave, Brady, Corbett, The Brutalist, Corley Farge, The Substance. Love to see that. Pyle Capadia, All We Imagine Is Light. And Squid Game Season 1 that came out 3 years ago was nominated for Best TV Series. That's how long it's been. The Bear got a lot of nominations, which I'm sorry, Season 3. No, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. Yeah, the thing with TV is I don't really care that much because we just had the Emmys. But it is kind of crazy to be recognizing The Bear Season 3 this much. I know you're upset that there is no love for Interview with the Vampire. I will let you know that on many a list of snubs and surprises of the Golden Globes, a lot of people mentioned that there was no love for Interview with a Vampire. People noticed. The Penguin got a lot of attention, which is great. I thought The Penguin was phenomenal, and both Colin Farrell and Kristen Milioti got nominated. And yeah, what else do I have? I think that's kind of all I got. And nothing for Ryan Reynolds. Nothing for Ryan Reynolds in Deadpool and Wolverine, but he did get an Actors on Actors. Disappointed to see Sing Sing, even though I haven't seen that film yet, but disappointed to see Sing Sing not get really any recognition. Happy to see love for The Substance. How does anyone even have time to watch all this, let alone the other stuff? Well, you got to make time. You have to like force yourself to watch all this stuff if you care. If you want to watch some great films, not all these films are like great films, but if you want to like be in the know as award season gets underway. I think it's crazy Flo and Andrew didn't get acting noms. I just watched it. Their performances are insane. Yeah. Again, like, how are we awarding Emilia Perez this heavily? What is going on? Also, once again, no love for Danielle Deadwyler, who is in The Piano Lesson. And she's just always good. Like, Danielle Deadwyler is just really, really great. And she didn't get shit for Till. And she was phenomenal in that. Very happy about I'm Still Here. You should watch it. I would be interested in your takes as a Brazilian viewer that said if you don't like it, we will find you. Okay, Swifty. I will find you. Yeah, Anjanou Ellis was left out. I didn't see like really anything for The Piano Lesson. Or I guess Nickel Boys did end up getting got a Best Drama feature nom. Ella Purnell is in so many TV projects, you'd think she'd statistically get a nom for one of them. My big-eyed, beautiful queen. One of these days. Okay. Okie dokie. I don't really feel like... Oh, wait. Where's the part where these two are having a fucking meltdown? I want to see them being drama.
I should stand a different man. Yeah, there was one more. Okay, so we're 6 out of 6.
These annoying twins.
Glitching, like, you didn't know. Michael Keaton. That song? Yeah. Wow, that's some Challengers love right there. Elmal. Credit for that? Rosalie! Oh my god, they're big. Oh, Deadwyler.
And Zoe Saldana.
Deadwylers! They hate Daniel Deadwyler! They hate her! They know it! They surround that!
The nominees for Best...
And no Ellis. So Nickel Boy...
Like, we just are getting started. Okay, we just are getting started in award season. Can you guys fucking chill? I thought Jeremy Allen White got cloned for a second.
Emilia Perez.
What is this? What did they say? Do I need to process more, or do we need to keep going? It was 5 out of 6 of what we said, by the way. Bro, Emilia Perez got double nominated there. And it just got some other nomination that I don't even know what they said. Stands are happy this morning. Selena
These are like two award show YouTubers, people on Twitter who will like watch a movie and cannot help themselves to be like, ooh, potential Oscar. Like, these are people who watch films only thinking about awards. And I know I am somebody who covers awards season and I care about it, but it also drives me nuts when films are only viewed through a lens of, ooh, I smell awards potential. They're trying to be Twitter in video form. Yes. Like, people will start doing this right after the Oscars ends. They will start talking about, like, when films start coming out early 2025, it's like there's just no fucking break. And it is like betting. It is like wanting to be right, wanting to seem like you're an expert. I mean, they literally call themselves the Oscars expert.
Gomez over Danielle Deadwyler, and still, like, I'm worried. And if she doesn't get SAG, it's like, it's absolutely over, because SAG be nominating the August Wilson stuff. Another Danielle Deadwyler snub from the Globes. It's not good. Probably not.
Jesse Eisenberg.
Real pain.
Coralie Farja.
Don't care. The Substance. Like, I still Box is gonna do something about it. With clearly.
Yeah, also, it's the fucking Golden Globes, okay? I'm just gonna say it again. It's the goddamn Golden Globes. Reaction YouTubers, it just drives me nuts when people are trying to react so hard, right? Like, they're just trying to do...
I'm watching you guys in the press.
They're just trying to do the hardest react that they possibly can do. Like, must react harder. Like, they talk about it like it's sports. I know. I'm going in on them. I'd rather these people than people who do this with, like, politics, I guess. I don't know. Have you watched the Paul Mescal SNL Gladiator skit yet? Yes, I have. Tell me why it was better than Gladiator 2. Tell me why. Tell me why. Here. Gladiator 2 SNL. Yeah, I think that's actually Paul singing. Rome. You know what? Honestly, there are so many things that Ridley Scott should have done with Gladiator 2. And I would have liked it more than what he did, which was just running back Gladiator, but worse. All right. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on. Sorry, hold on. Someone has to go TT.
In love with each other.
Insufferable, yes. I know we are Glicked, and there's lots
We
in
are
common.
Glicked. First time I've ever seen her sing, I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, no, what's going on?
What is going on?
Absolutely.
Hello. How's it going?
It's good. How about you?
I'm great. I'm great.
We share a release date,
We do indeed.
and the fans are calling it Glicked.
I'm happy for them to call it whatever they want as long as they go to the theater.
I have to start by saying how brilliant you are.
Also, I'm sorry, anybody who was trying to act as if Glicked had the same impact that Barbenheimer had, what are you smoking?
Gladiator last night. It's unbelievable.
What are
And
you
You're
smoking?
spectacular.
Thank you very, very much. No, I
Welcome.
saw.
Thank you.
I saw Wicked about 3 weeks ago, New York. Best place to see it. It goes without saying. I just think you're extraordinarily brilliant in the film.
Thank
but just
you.
beyond that, what can't you do?
Oh gosh, no! Coming from you,
I personally like
I've seen you
Bled
sing
It.
on YouTube.
We're starting there.
I'm starting to. I have to start there because I'm
This is
sorry.
great.
I am a musical theater nerd, and I saw you sing Les Mis. I did.
Those who follow the path of the righteous shall have their reward.
Yeah, did you know that Paul, Sad Boy Paul, is a musical theater nerd?
Yeah, with the dodgy mutton
It was
chop.
great.
Yeah. Okay.
It was great. No, I'm very excited because
was
I also know
fucking
that you're doing
Javier.
Merrily, and I'm
Mhm.
a big musical theater fan, and that's really cool. I'm very excited.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely share the musical
Inspector
theatre bug,
Javier.
but I feel like I cannot be the person to start that because we're talking about where did your love for musical theatre begin?
I don't know. I mean, it was just something that spoke to me. I was a child, and I would sit there watching The Wizard of Oz and study Judy Garland, and I just remember it being such an escape. I loved music. I loved the storytelling, the
Yeah.
marriage of the music and the stories, and seeing my first Broadway show, and just remember.
Sometimes my favorite thing when Sam and I are doing the podcast and we're talking about something, and then we kind of go on a little tangent that doesn't end up making it in the podcast. But when she'll say like, "Oh, did you know?" So for instance, last night we were talking about the original Wizard of Oz, and she goes, "Oh, did you know that like Judy Garland really went through a lot of hell?" And it's it takes everything in me to not just like go on an hour long, "Oh my God, of course I know, because I like this is my shit." Like this is yes, I know about this, and I covered it for 4 hours on stream one night type of thing. And I'll just be like, "Oh yeah, she was severely abused by MGM, by Louis Mayer, and exploited by her mother." And yes, I do know the history there. Yeah, like of course I know about Judy Garland. My friend did something similar to me. I talked for Osler for over an hour. Right, because it's one of those things where I'm like, "Caroline, we don't have time," or don't we don't have time, so don't. So just be like, "No, I know.
Remembering
What was that?
It was Beauty and the Beast.
Beauty and the Beast, great.
But I just remember loving it so much.
Mhm.
Yeah, you started in theater. didn't
Started Phantom of the Opera was my beginning,
Yeah.
and then I think I really wanted to be in
It's
music.
also a thing where I don't want to be a fucking know-it-all, you know? I don't want to be like, "Okay, yes, this is my shit. This is my shit," but also I don't want to be that annoying person who's like, "Oh, do I know about Judy Garland? Oh, do I?" type of thing. Like, just chill. Just be chill.
Musical theatre to begin with, and then I realized that I couldn't really dance. So that avenue was slowly but surely taken away from me, and I just gravitated more towards like the Phantoms, the Les Mis, the Miss Saigons.
OMG, you're stronger
and
than
then
me.
realized that
It's
I
hard.
probably didn't have the best voice, and then
No.
acting was the avenue that I went down. But I don't know, I just love the act of being on stage, and like to your point about kind of the fusion of acting and music, and what I think Wicked just does extraordinarily well is this kind of, I just had such a cathartic response to watching it, because it's like a celebration of not just the musical itself, but people who like musicals will absolutely, I think, adore it. What was your like?
Oh, to sit next to Paul Mescal at a musical where we both just cry, where we both have a very cathartic experience.
Start point with Wicked.
Well, I was hunting Mark Platt down for an
Great.
audition as soon as I found out.
Like,
that it
how
might
did
be
I end up with
happening,
someone who
just kind
hates
of
musicals?
Told my team to be on high alert, please. And I know this has to be earned, so when they start seeing people, can I please go in? I'll do anything.
Wow.
And I worked really hard with a vocal coach and an acting coach to get ready, because Glinda's vocal track is very different than what I usually sing. So
This is you explain. Yes.
Well, it's very operatic and very classical, sort of
Right.
coloratura, which is different from
Me.
doing just like falsetto and whistle tones. It's just a totally different placement in the voice. So I wanted to train to sound authentic in singing opera, and I started, I think, 2 months or 2.5 months before my first audition. And I don't know, it just went from there.
Yeah.
But how did Gladiator come into your life? Obviously, they just called you and begged you to do it. I mean,
wish that was the
the
case.
process?
It was like,
Why does Ariana talk like this? Okay. So it's kind of a thing. And there was an interview, or there was a podcast recently she was on where she dropped into like her normal voice. I think it was like a thing online, and then she addressed it where it was like, well, I mean, I have I have a voice I use when I'm in an interview, when I'm, public speaking, et cetera, et cetera. But yes, there very much so is this Ariana Grande, like, yeah, so I just really wanted to work with this. I wanted to make sure that my voice was as authentic as possible. It's it's the Ariana Grande, like, I'm a cloud. I'm giving cloud. And I think it has to do with maybe wanting to preserve her voice. I don't know. But it's definitely a thing where that's not her normal, natural way of speaking. It also kind of seemed to kick into gear when she booked Galinda, like almost as if she was going method. Almost as if she really wanted to, like, this is the next, it was like the next Ariana Grande phase, right? Like, we had Latina Ariana Grande, Asian Ariana Grande, and then this was like white girl with a very soft voice.
It was different in the sense that, like, Ridley Scott, the great Ridley Scott,
yes,
incredible, is at the point in his career where I think he can, whatever he kind of wants, he generally gets. So the process for getting it was essentially I met Doug Wick and Lucy Fisher. Doug was the producer on the first Gladiator, and they both, I met them at the Sunset Tower, and I was like, that was the first instance that I knew that Gladiator 2 was getting made. So I was, at that point, I felt like deeply privileged that I had this kind of private information. And then I met them, and then it went quiet for a little while, and I was like, they've gone elsewhere. They've gone to somebody else. Then I was on stage at the time. I was doing Streetcar Named Desire.
Which is coming to New York.
It's coming to New York.
Sure,
More
buddy,
questions
slay.
about that in the few.
That was on the go at the time, and I was in London. And then got a message from my agent being like, Ridley Scott wants to Zoom. At that point, I was like, this is fucking great.
Yeah.
And then we spoke for half an hour. Like, it was great. We spoke for 10 minutes about the film, 10 minutes about his dog, and then 10 minutes about the sport that I played growing up. And then like, in your head, you're like, of course, there's going to be camera tests, auditions, but there just wasn't any of those things. And you get the call, and then then it all starts in your head.
It was brilliant, and I mean, it was just such an incredible fit and so moving to watch. It was really beautiful.
Thanks.
Was that the real sword from the original movie?
Yeah.
I didn't know so badly.
Yeah, all
of it was.
All of it was, yeah. I think there's like different sizings or whatever, but it's the same. I know. That was exactly my response.
That's so
when I saw
cool.
it all.
I feel like that must be a very commonly asked question, but I had to ask myself.
Oh, like, I'm as much of a fan of the kind of lore of Gladiator as anybody else. So it was like a weird position to be in when you're like a fan, but also having to shoulder some big old responsibility about what the next iteration of it is.
Well,
I think it ties to the point, like, do you when you were...
That pressure is a very specific thing.
But I feel like the pressure is related to actually both films, because you've got the prestige of the musical on stage, and you've got the prestige of Gladiator 1. And like, I want to go back briefly to the audition process. What was that like?
Oh my goodness.
What did you do?
I mean, it was really insane. It was kind of a 3.5 month.
Wait, has anybody seen that when Cynthia Erivo? Okay, let me actually just find the clip because I think I have it saved somewhere. And I just need to show you. Please, where is it? Oh yeah. Okay, why is Twitter not loading? The freaking broom. Yes. Okay, hold on. This is not loading. Why is my internet down? Is it down? No, here we go. Okay. You guys ready for this? Just wait. You fucking wait.
It's so different.
Like, I'm sorry, but this is so silly. I also have this broom. It's so unserious. Anyway, okay, I just had to show you that.
Period
wow.
of time.
Where did you
And-
find the time to do
gotta
that?
get in character,
Well, I
I
was
guess.
filming The Voice simultaneously.
Okay.
So I was going from my vocal coach to my acting coach to doing like The Voice live shows.
Uh-huh.
And I remember I was so nervous about my voice being in good shape because my
Uh-huh.
audition was the next day.
And you'd just done The Voice the night before.
And I was on set
Whoa.
doing The Voice, and I asked them to kind of
We were talking about the Great
air
Comet
conditioning because it was so
debacle?
cold on
Mm-hmm.
set. They keep it really cold to keep
think so.
the live audience engaged and awake and alive. And but it's really cold.
Yeah.
And so I asked them to turn up just because I had to sing opera the next day. It's very high, and I had to sing No One Mourns the Wicked. And people started to notice, and I was very self-conscious.
I've talked
it. I was like,
about
"I'm sorry, it's my fault."
Cynthia.
And I was
broken.
right. I was like, I'm so sorry, I'm going in for this audition.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was my first audition, and then I had a callback where I had to do some scenes and some more songs.
Was this with Cynthia Erivo, who's...
Not yet. No,
Not yet, okay,
She's
right.
the best in the entire
Right,
world, but we actually never
unbelievable.
chemistry read together.
Really?
We never
None of
chemistry
that?
read together, no.
Wow.
My first callback was still alone, and they just gave me more of Glinda's material and more songs from the second movie, some of the more emotional bits.
Yeah, they
for
couldn't get her a heater?
just to see how it felt, and we played for a while. I stayed a long
And
time.
is this you and John?
Me and John Chu.
Right.
And then they did chemistry tests a few weeks later. So it was 3 rounds.
3 rounds.
For
yeah.
me. And I read with 2 different actresses. I stayed for like 3.5 hours.
Right.
The final day. And I had cried so much. My lashes were like this, kind of. So
What scenes did you do for the acting callbacks?
The final chemistry read, we did everything. We did
Right.
Popular, we did
Unbelievable.
Defying Gravity, we did For Good, we did the scene. I'm not going to give away too much, but we did one of the scenes
Stuff
leading
from
up
the-
to.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, from the stage show.
Okay.
Because we didn't have a movie script yet.
Okay.
We didn't have one.
Right.
But I took my lashes and I said, and when John was finally like, okay, John Chu, our brilliant director, when he finally was like, we're good, thank you so much. Collect yourself, go to the car, take a deep breath, you did a beautiful job. I was like, thanks everyone, and I left
Here's my lashes.
lashes on the mirror because I left everything else in the room. I was like,
Yeah,
why not?
wait, I'm sorry, not going to give away too much. Wicked came out 2 decades ago. It's been a stage show for a very long time.
The sounds of things you were unbelievably your heart was invested before that. So how do you? I don't know. How do you cope with the prospect of getting it or not getting it
It's
at that
so
point?
funny.
You just kind of leave it in the
I'm
room.
obsessed.
Yeah.
How
I'm
long
obsessed.
did it take for you to find out?
Oh gosh, I mean, it was another
Well, I don't know what
3,
happens.
4 weeks of waiting after
Okay.
that, and
All right, fair.
Whoa.
it felt like
That's
7
rough.
years. Yeah,
Yeah.
it felt really long. But I don't know. I just kind of trusted that I had done the work.
Yeah.
I had prepared as much as I possibly could have.
Mm-hmm.
I had a whole pink section in my closet that I had, purchased little things to have a Galindified section. I did everything I possibly could. I left it all, and I knew that if it wasn't meant to be mine, that's okay.
Because you'd done everything.
And I love Wicked, and I
Yeah.
just wanted it to be beautiful, even if it wasn't mine.
I'm like a target audience for it in that I love musicals, and I think it's not just I think it's not just for people who love musicals or love Wicked, and I think that's a testament to what you guys created. If it was just an original piece that you guys have made, you've made the perfect version of that, I think, because it's
Thank
a
you.
really hard.
That's really powerful. That's what I wanted. Oh, that's so nice to hear. That's what I wanted. I am obsessed with that. How they have treated Wicked in like the Holding Space interview as if they are the first to ever Wicked.
Hard thing to step into something that people adore, but also to be yourself and Cynthia at the absolute center of it. It's like a big responsibility. It's a big responsibility that I think you both shoulder extraordinarily well. But did you feel that when you were shooting it, or do you just kind of go into work headspace and go and
Thank
make
you.
it?
I feel like I could ask you all the same questions.
We got time.
I know we are Glicked, and there's lots
We
in
are
common,
Glicked.
but there's a lot more in common that
Yeah,
I
totally.
think I feel like I have to echo every single question the same way. But Cynthia is just an absolute brilliant gift of a human being. And I think we tried to keep the pressure out of the room, obviously, as much as possible, so we could just stay present in the material and in each other and hearing each other and listening to each other.
Pink goes good with green. Goes well with green.
It so does.
I'm watching you guys in the press tour. You're like,
Okay, I'm so like Alphaba.
like in love with each other.
Insufferable, yes.
It goes well.
You're
It's bad.
absolutely insufferable. No.
Yeah, the most annoying.
But that's half of the relationship in Wicked. The first half is the polar.
If Paul mentions
opposite.
holding space, I will
So how do
literally
you
lose my
navigate?
shit.
Well, I know the answer, but I'm curious to know what you're going to say about like how do you navigate both, like the polar opposite of those relationships that exist in the film?
It's funny because even in the very beginning, when they loathe each other, I'm in awe of Elphaba. She has the thing that I dream of having, which is magic, you know? And I think there's a secret, quiet part of her that does admire certain things about Galinda too.
Yeah.
These women are both strong in very opposite and yet similar ways.
Totally.
And I think they kind of recognize.
Okay, so I haven't seen Wicked yet because Sam and I need to go see it together. But for anyone who's seen it, one thing that I've heard over and over again, and I am like dying to evaluate on my own, is if in fact Michelle Yeoh was miscast as Madame Morrible. No, I haven't seen it because Sam and I want to do an outing together. We want to do an outing, a Let Me Know outing, where we see Wicked the movie together, and then we'll talk about it on the podcast. Kind of honestly, yeah. So in a lot of reviews that I have heard of Wicked, that is the thing that's come up over and over and over again, is the miscasting of Michelle Yeoh, who John Chu has previously worked with in Crazy Rich Asians. And so I think like he just really wanted her in this role. I think he really, I don't know, like pictured her as like the role she plays in Crazy Rich Asians, but doing it in Wicked. And that just does not work for Madame Marvel. Also heard Jeff Goldblum. It's kind of like, okay, you know, not as an apparent of a miscast as Michelle in as Madame Morrible, but Jeff is just very Jeff. Like he's just very Goldblum. I don't know. I haven't heard as much criticism on that as I have with Michelle playing Madame Morrible.
Recognize themselves in each other immediately. But I think the thing that makes them think they hate each other is that there are parts that they don't necessarily love about themselves.
Totally.
You know?
Well, they're like sometimes mirror images of each other, and then, as you said, the other times they're the,
Like during
they're
that
the
role
thing
with the
that the
singing
other
wasn't
person
my
wishes
favorite.
they
Yeah, she's not
they
a
were.
singer.
Right. But what about
I didn't like
you?
Jeff
I mean, you
considering
must
the
have
weakest
felt
link.
that pressure as well, because
All right.
Yeah.
having, how old were you when you first saw Gladiator?
Well, the film came out when I was 4.
Wow.
So my parents didn't let me see it when I was 4.
Right.
And then I watched it with my dad when I was like 13, in and around that age. The only thing I can kind of...
Is Paul Mescal younger than me? Google. Show me Paul Mescal's age. He's 28 years old. He was born in 1996. Show me his age like a witch asking a mirror. Magic mirror on the wall. Show me the age of Paul Mescal. It cannot be. I did watch Normal People. I guess I forgot that Paul is in his fucking 20s, dude. Paul is 28. He's 4 years younger than me. Oh, man. All right. Sorry. I just had a little realization there. Okay.
Draw a line between is like doing that and playing Stanley in Streetcar. These are like two performances that have preceded me in like Marlon Brando in Streetcar and Russell in Gladiator. They're extraordinary because the material is so good and because they're talented, but I think you're wrestling between, or I actually wasn't wrestling with the idea of what I wanted to do, but I was wrestling with the idea of how it will be perceived. I think that's my big thing as an actor, that I want to have a more complicated answer, but that's the thing that I constantly struggle with, which is I know how I want to go about it, but I also struggle with how my work is perceived, because it's like the thing that I want to be proudest of, and there's the thing that I want people to hopefully see as good or
you look 23
or
thank you
moving or whatever it is, but with Gladiator and Streetcar, I made conscious decisions to not watch Streetcar, the film, which is one of my favorite films, when I was preparing for that, and I made the same decision with
I cannot believe I have thirsted under this man who is younger than me. I have thirsted for this man who is a boy. I am sick. A cradle robber. He is not but a boy.
With Gladiator, and I think the clue that I took was from Ridley when he told me he cast me because of normal people. He told me the story where Ridley Scott always watches a bedtime story before he goes to sleep, and at the time when he was casting Gladiator 2, he was watching normal people in bed, which just the image of that is funny to me. But I think the clue that I took in terms of the direction that he wanted me to go was from the work that he'd seen. Like, there's nothing that I've done before that indicates this is your guy for an action, dramatic epic. The work that I've done before is more internalized and
sad boy stuff.
You know, when you see like artists or painters that you really admire, you look at like Van Gogh's got a particular style, or Vermeer or somebody like that, and nobody's asking Vermeer to paint like
I could
Van
be his
Gogh
mother,
or
for God's
anything
sake,
like that.
especially
so
in
like,
Hollywood.
I think actors should be afforded something somewhat similar to that, because obviously you're trying to change the person that you're playing every time.
He's a 55-year-old young man.
But to do that, you're kind of operating from what fulfills you as an artist. And
literally
what fulfills me is maybe different to you, or it's different to Russell, or it's different to Marlon Brando, or it's different to... You know what I mean? So I was like, this is my skill set that I love operating within. So I was trying to bring that quality of performance to something much bigger, and not something that I think you would commonly associate with a film like Gladiator 2.
Well, you absolutely stunningly did it.
Thank you.
If your son were here, I feel sure he would tell you not to grieve him, for he would not be the boy that you sent away. That boy is dead.
Boo, stupid
I have so many
plot
questions
point.
about the stunt coordinating and the rehearsing of the choreography. You claim that you don't think you could dance, but if you can do what's in this film...
Oh, I can't. There's
no,
proof.
But I'm telling you...
Why do you think I was playing Javert?
No, but
famous dance breaks.
This has to be so much harder than that.
It's...
Because each sequence had to have been at least like a week of choreography or something.
Yeah, it was. We kind of rehearsed it, like you go into these like what feel like airport hangars, and you rehearse the choreography for like weeks and weeks and weeks. But I think with anything like that, and I imagine it was...
It is very funny to see Paul in this year's Actors on Actors and to hear him talk seriously about this film, because I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry, my 28-year-old baby boy. Y'all ain't getting shit. It is over before it has begun. This is, you are not going to have me out here like I was with All of Us Strangers, weeping and screaming about awards nominations for my sad Irish man. Like Gladiator 2, it was not good.
Similar in Wicked, it's just like time, and you just
How much time? Like how long?
About 2 months.
Wow.
2 months, but like, look, I was playing like fake swords and fake guns.
I'm gonna see Gladiator 2.
But you did everything yourself.
Like as much as I could. I had like the most fantastic stunt double, Zach, and
I mean,
because the way Ridley shoots, he's shooting
if
like
you want to see it, go see it.
8 cameras, so you're not
then
typically able
report
to
back.
get a stunt double in because while
Right.
he's on your close-up,
Right.
he's also on your back, so you can't like really do a.
Yeah, and I would imagine
swap.
you
I
would
want
also.
to do
yeah,
it as well.
I was gonna say
I
you
mean,
don't
if
seem
you're
like
gonna do
you'd wanna
Gladiator
take-
2, you wanna be the guy throwing yourself
yeah.
around.
I mean, it's so physically strenuous. I was just like thinking, oh my god, each and every single one of these fight sequences, they're so intricate, and it's just so incredible
Just
to watch.
fun. Like I mean,
Yeah.
if it's a surprise to anybody that I'm doing this, it's not a surprise to me in the
No.
sense that not the scale of the film, just like I've always wanted to do something like a Gladiator or something where you get the opportunity to kind of exercise a different sort of physicality, but of course it's like strenuous and physically taxing.
I'm
but
eating
it's
all
also,
these
like,
chips. I just have to say, okay, I'm eating like this entire bag of chips. I would bet money that at some point Will's gonna go into the kitchen and be like, "Where are the chips?" And then he'll come in here. I'll be like,
The most rewarding.
super
I don't
fun
know.
because you can tell immediately if a fight it's one of those things in performance where you can tell quickly if it's working or not, because generally you're not getting hit in the face. If you're getting hit in the face, it means that the choreography's gone
Yeah.
gone wrong. But how long did you guys work together before you actually got in front of camera?
We had a pretty long rehearsal process.
Right.
Who
We
did
had
this?
rehearsal tracks that we recorded in the studio. Just
I've
to
heard
kind of-
about this. Did you
Yeah.
and Cynthia went into the studio yourself, or like?
"Put it
When
back
we
with
first
one
got there, we
chip."
recorded our rehearsal tracks just so that we
Right.
would have something to rehearse to, and John Chu, our director, would have something to camera block to, and to
Okay.
do like the storyboards.
I'll
and
put it back
everything.
on the counter with one
But
chip.
We did sing everything live on set,
Wow.
but it was fun to get there and kind of lay down the songs and hear. Learn our parts, even though we've known them since I was 10,
Yeah.
But it was fun to have that time to also just to get into their bodies. I remember the first day I got there, I really wanted to wear Glinda's shoes right away.
Yeah.
Just because it really helps find the body and the physicality.
Totally.
And we rehearsed, I think, for 3.5 months before we got anything on
3.5
camera.
months.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my
There were many
God.
different versions of Dancing Through Life.
Mhm.
And
That's an
do you
amazing
know Johnny
sequence.
Bailey?
I've met Johnny Bailey a couple of times. He's
I'm
just
sorry.
the most.
Johnny Bailey. Johnny Bailey.
He's so brilliant in this.
Extraordinary man, yeah. He's so brilliant in it.
Yeah, he really is. He's extraordinary. But he was shooting at the same time as this rehearsal period was happening.
Right.
So he didn't even really get to rehearse with us that much. So he was flying back and forth between shooting another show and
Jumping
rehearsing.
into rehearsals, yeah. So how did you shoot? Do you know the like revolving?
Yes, the
How
tornado
does
wheel.
that, talk me through this, please?
Very scary. Very
can
big
imagine.
thing. It's
Right.
a big wheel of death,
Wheel
and
of-
it's just kind of is really insane. But our incredible choreographer Chris Scott and all these amazing dancers just had so much time to experiment and play in this big rotating thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it just felt very scary to watch.
Yeah.
I'm nervous in general, so just standing there watching, I was in awe.
That's interesting to me because your
Incredible.
performance does.
What? Yeah. Oh, I thought you were asking. What are you doing? I don't think he noticed yet. Yeah, he's going to the bathroom. He walked by to be like, "Are you still streaming?" And then he went to the bathroom. So if the purpose is not to go get food, to get a snack, then I don't think he'll notice. But if it is to get a snack, he's gonna know. Should I put the chips back? Okay, wait, hold on. Oh. No, I'm okay. Never mind. Nothing. Oh my god, I almost got caught. Okay, now I'm gonna put it back. The chips have been returned. The chips have been returned. There's a handful of chips left, so we shall see. He did not go into the kitchen with the purpose of getting a snack. He just had to go bathroom, so he did not see.
Doesn't feel like it has any of that in it whatsoever.
The
I think,
nerves?
Yeah, I don't.
I just meant as a human, like right now, like
No,
in life.
but like I think, but I think.
This is why we can't have chips in the house, 'cause I will eat all
I
of
would
them.
consider myself sometimes like a nervous performer. Like I think.
Do you get nervous?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I can never, you never really predict when it's going to happen, and then just some days you wake up. I think probably like a degree of like low level anxiety is always kind of sitting there, and I don't like.
There's one chip left. It's not empty.
I don't know.
Do you get more nervous on stage or on camera? What do you like more?
What do I like
Let's go here.
more?
Yeah. What are your favorite things about each
thing
form of acting?
If there was like a gun to my head, which there is,
There's
I would probably go with I learned to act on stage, and I think I don't know. I love acting full stop, whatever it is. But I think the act of being on stage, I love the fact that once the curtain goes up, it's yours. Like it's, if something goes wrong with the camera, you're not stopping. Whereas on stage, if the ceiling falls in, you're probably still going to try and keep going. And I like the kind of I like the energy of it. I like the kind of latent chaos that comes with like tech rehearsals. I love a first preview, even though they're the most nerve-wracking things on planet Earth. But then there's also there's something kind of theatrical about the way Ridley Scott shot the film that felt in something that was probably alien to me in terms of the scale of what the whole thing was.
Yeah, it was
there
ridiculous.
There was a familiarity to be found in how he works with actors. What about you?
There's nothing more beautiful than having a director who can make everything feel very intimate when the space is so long.
Yeah, but that was a problem with Gladiator 2, is that it was anything but intimate. We lost the intimacy of Gladiator 1 because Ridley Scott just kept trying to go bigger and bigger and bigger.
Large and practical and massive.
Hello, that was a scene where they had fucking sharks. They flooded the Colosseum and they had motherfucking AI sharks.
So I feel like we share that with both of our films. In Gladiator and in Wicked, we both have these massive sets, these massive fight scenes or dance numbers or fight scenes in Wicked maybe.
Not AI sharks. I mean CGI sharks. They had CGI'd sharks.
Next one.
Oh, really?
But maybe we'll see. No, but not quite like yours.
Can you imagine just like?
Can you imagine Glinda like bites
fully
a
gory
thing,
like
one of those things that come out in the beginning?
Oh my God!
These things are very scary.
It looked silly.
But no, I think that's the greatest gift. I mean, John M. Chu has this incredible way of making it feel like a student film still, and you're outside in Munchkin Land and there's like a paparazzi in the sky and you're like, what's happening? And yet you still feel so safe and it feels so intimate, and that was just such a gift.
When was the last time you were on
paparazzi in
set
the
filming
sky?
something before Wicked?
Before Wicked?
Yeah.
Like a movie?
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't really done anything.
Really?
That was I had a small cameo in Don't Look Up.
Paul Mescal, love. Have you ever seen Victorious? Have you ever seen a little Nickelodeon show called Victorious?
And that was really cool, but I was just kind of being a pop star and singing in a different way.
That's such
Or
a
Salmon
crazy
Cat.
thing because it feels like.
So this is my first
That's crazy.
gig, really.
That's great because I just found your performance to be so grounded, but also I think you were like pushing the envelope in terms of the theatricality of it in a way that I just found really like incredibly watchable and like funny. Like I thought the way that you played somebody who's like like say if I'd never seen Wicked or didn't know what the story was. Even though I didn't like necessarily like your character to begin with, I knew that there was somebody that you deeply loved. And I think that's the most. I think watching someone like Denzel work in Gladiator, and to compare Glinda and Macronus is a weird thing, but bear with me on this.
No, I think they're very similar.
It's like I think they'd be great at a dinner table, but that kind of thing where you're drawn towards somebody who you don't like. If you were to draw out the characteristics on a sheet of paper, you'd be like, don't necessarily love them, but you're seeing past past the thing that you might feel complicated towards as an audience. And I think that's a testament to like the work that you put in and what you like, what you bring to it. And also like there's proper, like the laugh out loud moments in the film that I think, look, I've never really done comedy, so whenever I see actors do it, I'm like jealous of it because I think it's a really, really hard thing to do well, and you do it so well in the film.
Thank you. That's so kind.
Not at all.
Thank you very much.
And that's all for today, folks.
And Elsie?
I was about to be like, where's this going?
Can I call you Elsie?
Well, it's a little bit perky.
I know. I'm gonna call you that. How did you feel the first time you wore your costume, and did you get to do any of the training in it? And
Wicked was so much better, I'm sure.
Get into it.
I'm not surprised.
I think it was actually a big day because I'd started like the physical training for it, and I'd like initially decided when I'd first been cast, which was very naive, I was like, I'm just gonna go for like normal gladiator, like the way my body is the way my body is. And I was like, that's not the film we're making. So went into the gym, but I hadn't tried on the costumes yet. And I think when I put the costumes on, that was the moment for me where I was like, this is miles away from anything I've ever done. I didn't like recognize the way
Their
my
chemistry is
body
making
was
me
in
sleepy.
the clothes that I was wearing.
They're too evenly matched. They're too evenly matched with like being sweet and soft spoken. And it's also hard because Gladiator 2 is not good, you know? Yeah, they're both being very demure. Very demure.
And that created like a distance from who you kind of feel like the world expects.
I just feel
you
like
to
they're
be as a
not getting into
performer.
anything
And that got me
juicy.
excited. And then we had some like dodgy wig fittings, and I was like, I don't know. I'm not a fan of a wig, but I was like,
I need to see them.
oh no, nobody has ever. There
That's
was like
incredible. What were they like?
They were big.
They were big.
They were big, and it wasn't to do with like we were working with the best hair and makeup team in the world. It was just I don't have a head for wigs, but it was also a thing when I was looking at it and I started doing the choreography. I was like, I don't want people coming in and fixing the things that have fallen out the back of my head. I want to just go for it. But it was, seeing myself in the costume and kind of being in it was one of those moments where I was like,
it's here.
I'm doing Gladiator 2, and I'm wearing the thing, and then of course putting on Maximus's.
You know what? Give me Kim K and Chloe Sevigny again.
So insane.
Like
I
insane.
screamed. I squealed.
You squealed?
Yeah, I was with my best friend Doug, and we were watching together. We both squealed. Yeah.
Internally, I was squealing and then trying to look.
A very iconic moment.
No, it's cool. It's
Yeah.
pretty cool. What about you?
What about
Like in terms of
costumes and
like
wardrobe?
yeah, but also stepping into like those costumes are so
Yeah.
iconic. Like when you think of Wicked, you think of like Elphabet's Hat, you think of like pink wardrobe of Glenda's.
Paul Tazwell, our incredible costume designer, who I love him so much. He's so immersed in the world that every single detail, there's a reason. Every single angle of Elphabet's hat was a thoughtful conversation that he and Cynthia Erivo had together. And, you know, my bubble dress, he was consumed with the question of how do I make it seem like it's floating, you know?
Yeah.
And
how does that work?
well, it was really
Yeah, this
nice.
was kind of boring, gonna be
I had my
honest.
corset, and then they had snaps. I don't know how many snaps, but there were 16 different layers that got snapped onto my pink bubble dress.
Okay.
And it felt, I know it sounds ridiculous, but it felt really lightweight and just kind of like a bubble itself. And my favorite thing about that costume is just kind of how light it is compared to what happens to her when she's wearing it.
Yeah, right.
And what she has to do in that dress, just kind of.
Yeah, they both seem like nervous and afraid to say something that's not just, oh my God, you were so good. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh.
The heaviness and the light, it feels like the perfect representation of what Glinda's magic is, which is her ability to take
I don't think it's a good
darkness
matching.
and figure out how to make it light.
Not even just the costume, but it's like a beautifully designed film.
Yeah, even the littlest things, like Glinda's school shirt had little laser cut bubbles on it that no
Wow.
one can see.
Yeah,
It's
it's
under
just
my
detail
blazer.
for that, right,
Yeah,
crazy.
but it's those little things that really.
Because, okay, here's my fucking problem. All right, here's my fucking problem. With these actors on actors, yeah, sure, talk about the films you're in. I get it. You're doing marketing. But, like, get into shit, you know? And it's tough because, like, when he said to her, oh, what's the last movie that you did before this? She's like, oh, well, I had a cameo in Don't Look Up. Because Ariana Grande has not been working as an actor. She's a fucking pop superstar. And so they're not going to have like anything to connect with there. Like, Ariana hasn't asked about After Sun one time. And neither of them have a spicy enough personality that they're like, that they're like getting into it, or it's just, yeah, it's just kind of boring.
Help you feel like you're in a real world and in a real place. What were some of those little tiny details that maybe we wouldn't know from watching, but that
I just can't describe. Like, I've been asked so many times about to describe what the set was like, and I think
ask about the gay cut. Ask about the gay cut.
Accurately describe it is that Ridley built a city. When you're in the Colosseum and you walk out the big gates out of the Colosseum, and I'll remember it as long as I live, and you turn right, there's the arch going into the Via Appia, and then 600 meters down the road is the Emperor's Palace. It's bigger than
surreal.
It's totally surreal, and then you're kind of like
okay, the gay cut does come up.
Impossible on and that bit, but then when you kind of look up,
and so beautiful and so restrained and so just perfect and really beautiful.
He used to talk of the dream that was Rome. It was so fragile, you could only whisper it.
How do you find the running around the world with the film?
Oh, I think
I
how
feel
are you taking
all
care
of
of yourself?
I feel grateful, but I also feel like
I touched at this above, but the reason I liked the Ryan Andrew one so much because Andrew's more quiet nature and Ryan's sarcasm and quirkiness fed off one another, made for a fun dynamic that's just kind of bland. Right. I think actors on actors, you have to have pairings of people who do not have the exact same energy. In a way though, in a way like this, where you're just like, okay, oh my God,
I don't know.
on.
Exhausted?
It's exhausting, but
Give
it's
us a
also
little
like a set of
mismatch.
skills that I've never had to
Yep.
exercise.
Right.
I don't know how good I am at the anything. It's like the great oasis in it all is like seeing the people that you made the film with, and you kind of are able to hold on to them in the madness of so brilliant. Just that came connected. But like in terms of
I get viral on YouTube and watched everything she's ever done that I could find because I missed out.
what's going on?
Yeah, no, what's going on?
What is going on?
Absolutely.
Like, but then the way she's able to translate that into the film, and also like, I don't know, the chemistry you guys have, like what they'll always be the best. Always
leave everything.
What the feeling was like in the
Right.
set being something like then specific, like live editing. So I found like
and
I don't. You're like after you make the film big.
the
The
best thing
coolest
ever.
thing that I.
Okay.
You name it, he's done
Right.
it all.
Wait, what are we getting
And I've never come across somebody who truly doesn't care what other
Thelma
people
Louise.
think.
That's very cool.
And that's the thing I think if I'm being honest, that's the thing that I struggle with. It's like sometimes I'm in the pocket where I'm like, this is what I wanted to make and I don't care. And that's probably like 70% of how it used to be like.
Okay, here's my other problem. All right, I'm sorry to be that person, but if you're doing one of these, can you please, even if, like for Ariana, okay? Ariana hasn't watched Ridley Scott movies. It's very apparent because she doesn't have anything to add to what he's bringing up. She's like, oh, that's great. Oh, that's awesome. Like, she hasn't seen Alien. She hasn't seen Thelma and Louise. So, like, if you haven't seen these films, please just fake it better. Please, like, do a little bit of research. You know, like, we're talking Blade Runner. We're talking great films that you can just fucking get into, because this is a guy who worked with the director. He worked with the director of Alien, Blade Runner, Prometheus, whatever, not that good. Thelma and Louise, some like really classic, great films. And it just drives me nuts when one of these occurs and the other person clearly hasn't done their research and they don't really watch, like, they just don't seem to really know much about film.
Where, that it wasn't planned.
Okay,
Was the kiss on the forehead planned?
The kiss on the forehead didn't make the film, unfortunately. But that was one of those moments where, it wasn't planned. I still stand by it.
Paul doesn't know dick about Ariana either, to be fair. Totally. I mean, ask questions about being a fucking pop superstar, because here's the thing. An hour of you guys just glazing each other on Gladiator 2 and Wicked, it's boring. It's boring. Like, the Wicked interviews where Ariana and Cynthia have been weird as shit are entertaining. Not because they're talking about Wicked, it's the way they're talking about Wicked. They're so weird. They're speaking a language that nobody understands. And so we're all holding space for it. But it just like, ugh.
And I hope if Ridley ever does a
I stand
director's
by it.
yeah.
I want the kiss on the forehead.
Yeah, Ridley, we need to give the people what they want.
We do.
We need to give-
Was the kiss on the forehead planned?
The kiss on the forehead didn't make the film.
Anyway, I know I'm being annoying, but
you find the nuts. What I could think, like, for somebody who could be so entitled,
right?
He's the least entitled person. Your job as an actor is to do what you're told.
No.
I think it's to do
What feels honest.
It's to have a conversation with the director, both actively, like a real life conversation.
You
but
watch
also an
Taylor
active
Swift's
conversation
director
through the work that you're
director?
doing.
Yeah.
And then I'm a big advocate for like best idea wins.
Did
If
you
that's
just
the director, or
unironically
if
use
that's
holding space? I use it all the time.
DP, or if that's you, or the actor that you.
Or, you know, hold the room is first and foremost a healer more than anything. She's just extraordinary.
Amazing.
I don't know. It's really interesting what a mind game it is, isn't it?
I just want to get
being
to
on
the
stage
end.
was such a like left field thing.
That's insane.
And I just absolutely felt. I'll never forget. Like we did the like Phantom of the Opera, and I remember being wheeled out on this like fake organ and fucking not having a clue how to play the organ. And I remember
Like, ask out the difference working as a pop star versus a movie star. Right. Like, come on. Let's open this up.
my knees.
Like,
I remember
that's insane.
standing there,
Oh my
my knees just
God.
like before I went out, they were just like,
No.
and then getting on the stage, they just went.
Yeah.
I still was like deeply nervous, but it just something was like, I have this like weird theory that my parents essentially met on stage doing Pirates of Penzance.
Oh my goodness.
So I have this weird thing that somewhere in my blood or in my heart or head that like the act of being on stage feels like somewhere, it feels like an important place
Right.
to me.
Pirates of Penzance.
Pirates
That's
of
so sweet.
Penzance.
Parents met doing Pirates of
Yeah,
Penzance.
Dad was the Pirate King and my mum was one of the maids.
That's the best thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, and thank God for that production because I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Truly.
Yeah. I just want to say I think you're extraordinary in this film. And I just think you're brilliant and one of the most talented people on this planet.
Oh my
Like,
God,
you can
well,
do
I feel the
anything,
same
but
way.
I think you're brilliant.
You're-
I hope people see our films.
Yeah, thank you for doing this, Glicked.
No. Yeah, thanks for
Also,
doing Glicked.
You're utterly brilliant, and I'm so honored to have done this with you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Great, thanks.
First date vibes, but yeah, not the first date in the fun way that Chicken Shop date was, right? But that's because, you know, that's because Emilia is very, very good at what she does. And Andrew is, they have a very, very funny, charming relationship. Okay. Well, you know what? I didn't really expect that one to be superb. I didn't really expect it to be too exciting, but I'm like, oh, Jesus. I thought I was having a stroke. I didn't realize you sped it up at first. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Where it's like, somebody says something, you just go, oh, that's great. Oh, I love that. It's like, fucking follow up on it, okay? And just stop. You should be limited in saying, I think you're brilliant, I think you're great, unless you're getting really specific with it, okay? Don't just be like, oh, you're so good. Oh, it was so good. Oh, it was this. Oh no, I thought you were so good. Oh, this was really wonderful. I'm like, this is boring, okay? And the challenge with actors on actors is that you don't have a host. Like, it's the beauty of it, and also the challenge is that it is actors interviewing one another. They are having a conversation. They are obviously in films of, you know, big films of the year that they are either doing promotion for because they're trying to get more attention on their film, or because they're entering award season, like whatever. So the challenge is that you have to make it you have to make it interesting. And I'm sorry, but I don't think those are two people who are very interesting together. I thought it was dull. I thought it was quite dull. Yeah, like wouldn't you have loved to see Paul Mescal asking what it's like to be a world famous superstar singer? Like have him be like, so what is that like to have stans? Like I want that conversation, because a difference between Ariana and Paul is that one of them is a world famous pop star and one of them has the experience of stans. People, thousands of people whose entire online personality is Ariana Grande. And like, it just there's just so much room. So much room for improvement there. Like I would have directed that in a totally different way. If you constrain the convo to movie promo, you end up right. And I think people are like focused on talking about the movie that they're promoting, but also just gets boring, you know? And they're not restrained to it. No. He should have asked her about Luigi. Yeah, why didn't they talk about Luigi's mansion? You know? I can't believe it. Even though this filmed before Luigi's mansion. She's Italian. Yes. How did they get paired? I honestly don't know how they do the pairings. I mean, like, I don't know, like, with 100%. I think because you had two of the biggest, you know, commercial films of the year, Wicked and Gladiator 2, that came out on the same day, and they tried to make it, you know, the whole Glicked thing. Glicked, dropped at the same time. So I'm sure that was a natural pairing. But they should have just talked about the healthcare industry. I know, they should have. If you had to put them with other people on the list, who would you match with each? Okay, let me look at the list again. Actors on actors. Line up. Why are you not pulling up for me? Bum 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 bum. Okay. You know what? I think I might have put Ari and Selena. I feel like that could have been fun. Yeah, you get Ari and Selena, the pop girlies, the former Disney Nickelodeon turned pop superstar girlies who are both in films this year where their stands are like, I smell an Oscar. And then you put the Irish duo together, Saoirse and Paul. Yeah, both in musicals. Selena Gomez and Emilia Perez and Ariana Grande and Wicked. Like, that would have been better. It's the way I don't even watch movies or shows. Thank you for keeping people like me in the loop. I think that makes the most sense. The other one, let's see. You know what? I think this could have been interesting too. Mikey Madison. Either Mikey Madison and Ariana, or Mikey Madison and Paul, and then Pam Anderson. Like that would have, like this. I am excited for this one, but is Adrian Brody and Tilda Swinton the only one that's not the same? Let's see. Yeah, I think that's the only one where it's the same gender. Besides Ariana Paul, which we just watched. Yeah. Dude, Selena Gomez and Ariana. So ready for gay for Pay, Daniel Craig and Josh O'Connor. Yeah, me too. People, how long you usually stream for? Depends. Lately I've been doing like 5-6 hours. At least they could relate to being pop stars. Yeah, I just feel like that could have had potential for way more interesting material. But what do I know? Variety, hire me. They missed an op to do Nicole and Demi. Let's see. Nicole is with Zendaya. And then Demi is with Amy. You know, I like Zendaya with Nicole, but I think I would have also liked Demi with Nicole because they're both actresses who have been around for a fucking minute. You know, Demi is 62, Nicole is 57. They both worked with female directors. The Raid collab Just Chatting Champion would definitely know. Well, it's me. Are we still watching Anon's video? Yes. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the reminder. I have that pulled up. Where is it? Here. Here. Okay. Perf. All right. Okay. Okay, we have part 2 of Anonymous's 2-part gaming montage. Going through all of the gaming moments of 2024. They called it the yarn. Caroline, year 2, part 2. Here we go. Dink donk. Wait, should we call Anonymous? Dink donk, hello. I think he's in here. Hello. Okay. Brilliant. Perfect.
We have our next contestant. She is a political streamer only. She only does politics. No fun. Can we cut to her?
Great song. Yeah, it's like Shia LaBeouf. As it is written.
That's how dry it is for you? or dry it is down there.
It's like if I licked Caracas.
Your dad rated your pussy or your... I'm giving a... Dad just rated? And I just...
Be honest, he's used to like probably saying stuff
No,
like this.
no.
Fart gang.
No. Is it soggy cookie where everyone comes on the cookie?
Yeah. You're good.
Oh my god. Great cut.
I feel like I'm a better person. I feel like I'm a better person that I got up so early. And I'm like out and about, you know? It's fine if I don't walk it. Like my friends are kind of scared about getting murdered. Like I don't really care.
Can I be honest?
Okay, I just have to say, I don't remember those streams at all. Literally, I was so sleep deprived. I do not remember the Armenian streams.
This is...
What?
What?
Spit it out. It's really good. It's aged. It's giving notes in. Sad betrayal. Hi.
Just a quick check-in to make sure everything went well for you.
Oh, it's great. Fabulous.
Anything I can pick off the table?
I think we're done. I'll just check it out. Yeah.
Did you want more?
My cleavage, my boobs, they don't look like that.
So you're
Mine are
saying-
like, I have like orangutan boobs.
So you're...
You know what I mean by that. We're like,
No.
I do not know what you mean by that
we're like,
either.
naturally, my boobs are just like,
I'm so glad that you and
they're
I
like
both
orangutan
look over
titties.
You look like you're visiting from Shanghai.
I try to women and stem my way through. I'm not women and stem. Sometimes that- Bro, give me a dish. I'll clean it.
you fucking fix my sound. I'll clean the hell out of that dish too. Love the patriarchy.
You know what? I never want it to change.
Perfect timing. The boys will be done with their draft. And I can serve them dinner and massage their feet.
The boys.
And then we'll all have sex.
You've been cooking in the kitchen like a good girl.
Tomatoes?
Husbands, please!
Get over here, gay husband.
Oh.
You enable her too much.
Oh my God.
Please take it out on me.
After 10 minutes. Chaos. I came to my computer to start, to go live, and there was no one in here. And I was kind of sad. And then I realized I had never hit start streaming. So
okay, ready?
Yep.
Hold on, I have to go and make it. Mr. Frodo.
Yes, Sam.
If I take one more step, it'll be the farthest from home I've ever been.
Okay, Sam.
Right,
Yeah, that's usually what he says.
Fuck. Defense.
Pretty
Defense.
fast.
Defense. Defense. Shit. I'm on the waterfall.
Oh no. Yeah, you're done. You're toast at this point. You might as well just call it.
I'm the ring.
Don't hit them because they won't attack us. If you don't hit them, they won't
How
attack
do I
us.
drop stuff? Q?
How did you know they won't attack us?
Because I've played the game before. What is happening over here?
Wait! Shit!
Did you fucking idiot?
Wait!
You absolute fucking idiot.
You guys,
No, I'm following the path.
Oh, I just spilled my water all on my lap. Oh God, my keyboard. Oh, I'm soaking
God.
wet. Oh, there's so much water on me. Oh,
Soaking wet, but it's been a long
oh, it's
time
all over
since-
my shit. Oh no, it's everywhere. Oh, oh God, everything is soaked. Oh crap. Oh, the Nicolas Cage got out. Will, even though he was kind of doing his little emo thing, could not ignore me screaming. And finally goes, "What is going on?" And I showed him the spot, and he just points at me and he goes, "Bald." You're a streamer now. Literally pointed at me and said, "Bald." And I said, "I'm quitting. I'm literally done streaming." I forgot waffle. I did in blue vagina porn dirty slap vagina.
You gotta put.
Why do I have the word vagina?
Yeah, no, you're just
twice?
typing in like you're gonna get like Smurf porn because you're just putting blue vagina.
Which isn't bad.
Literally blue vagina porn dirty slap vagina. I'm like some 16
And nothing came up?
Who's just like, I'm not crazy. He said they actually made it hard to find. Here it is. Don't check on stream. So I'm not crazy. They did make it hard to find.
Delete it after, Nico. We gotta hide that evidence because someday if you
Okay.
work for me, it'll be a.
I think she saw it.
I think she saw it.
I actually really want a blue waffle now though, because these look good.
No, no.
Who do you like better, me or Sam? Not the neck brace.
You, of course. You're so sweet and a great friend. What would I do without you?
Thank you.
Okay. What do you mean?
All the origin of Let Me Know.
This is like. I'm just gonna say it. This is what it feels like to text an old person. This is. Okay, what? You're supposed to let her know?
Nope.
Ready?
I thought.
Jump. Okay.
Okay,
that's
hold
fine.
on,
Now
hold on.
Just go.
Oh,
Go to
Jesus.
the next one. Go to the next one. Cutie, go.
Here we go.
Oh no. Okay, we can do this.
Here we go. I'm still up. We're still up.
We still got this.
We're still up. We're still up. We're still up.
Wait, hold on. What's it?
Wait, I'm up.
maybe.
I'm up. I'm up. I'm up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Guys. How are we supposed to?
Yeah, we'll just move you around the side. Oh shit.
We're doing a great job. Okay, should I download this game or how do we get into it?
What do you mean? Should I download this game?
You don't have Roblox? You don't got
Mods.
that skibbity?
I don't know what Roblox is.
I met this cute girl on the internet, and I'm also 13, and so I just went to go meet her.
Right. Okay.
Cutie.
So it's just
not the
two
pedo look.
13-year-olds getting together.
Right. God, you.
That's a 5.
You can and you will.
This one's for you.
You gotta be fucking kidding
that's not
me.
real.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
No.
Caroline, you didn't put pants on.
Yeah, I don't need pants, bitch.
It's called fashion.
It's a 1 for me. It's a 1 for me. Sam, I'm sorry. I really thought I'd like that game.
Stop. I can't stop.
No, it's fine. I'll just keep the things that I love to myself.
Because my control. Oh my god.
Okay, number 13.
There's no way. How does this happen?
I just want to say, I didn't do anything. This sponsored stream.
Thank you so much, Caroline's mod anonymous for the oh my gosh, Slattery, thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
My mods, my community members, and 2 Brute. Oh my god. No.
What? You don't even have the money for that. What the hell are you doing?
And climb.
Welcome in, everyone who just came in from the Kai Raid. My name is Caroline. I do pop culture, politics, film. Like to do a lot of chatting here. Some good gaming.
Are you self-promoting?
These are my friends, Cutie, Cinderella, and Sandwich, who I'm currently playing this game with, and I want to shit myself.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was doing my face.
You self-promoting bitch. What? Oh my god.
No one likes you, Caroline. No one likes you as a person.
Reabsorb the
Not it being
You're
a
not
fake
playing the game
promo.
with me.
Wait, am I not? Oh my god, dude, I totally forgot we were playing this game. This was right when I got back from EDC. Oh my god. Oh, I want to keep... dude, I wish she didn't have a million things going on. And then what are we doing?
No, it's fine. I didn't want to play the game.
Wait, I thought I was playing the game. Wait.
No, it's chill.
So...
Whatever.
Ready? I'll go first.
That wasn't shift, was it?
Okay. All right, hold on. Jump, double jump. Okay.
What you do is you stand here.
Okay. Get close
and then
to the
you
edge.
press space and forward at the same Just okay, so don't do anything.
Ah!
Okay, now oh, I forgot to hit the button. No, that was the right idea.
You're such
That
a
might have-
DD mega doo-doo.
That is. Are you allowed to say that? Don't die!
I'm back up.
Don't die. Suck on this.
You just said suck on this.
Yeah, he's
bro. He's
that feels like
kinda
sexual
hot.
harassment.
I've never been more attracted to a vacuum.
Come on, this guy's gonna be almost
Keep
fucking
talking
dead.
to me like that.
Here we go. Okay, I really have to piss.
Okay, I'm leaving.
The
All right.
Portal 2 moments were
How about
insane.
you? No.
What?
Thank you.
No, are you like this too?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
What if I go first and then I just?
Okay, you go.
Okay.
Oh, wait, she just hung up on me. I thought she was gonna say I go first as in I'll say I love you first. She hung up the fucking call. It's been real.
It's been real.
All TTYL.
Ta-ta for now.
Ta-ta, goodbye.
Bye. Love you.
Fire up it loud, another round of shots.
No.
Turn down for what? Turn down for what?
This really does sound like a porno. Wait, I'm now realizing that there's not that many lyrics in Turn Down for What. It's mostly Turn Down for What? Oh my god. Wait. What does that mean? Turn down for what? I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
you should try.
Turtle portal
Yeah.
gun sandwich gun adorable Caroline.
Did you try it?
I tried it. I was opening up my settings and there was no for what.
That's crazy. That is you are like an 87-year-old woman.
Kill me.
Dude, she's so fucking mom coded. It's insane.
Sometimes you guys are like, cutie, can the yarn please play games together? No, I don't want to, dude. It's an hour of tech setup. I hate her.
Okay. My God, come on, camera.
Oh
Hang
my
on,
God.
camera.
Caroline's on the other side going,
oh,
I just don't understand. It's not sending. Wait a minute. It's not working. Why isn't the raid working? Well, the raid's not working. I don't understand.
This is so good.
I don't understand.
What's a VPN?
Okay. Caroline's gonna do this another day.
Cutie was like, can you hear Sam? And Caroline was like, no. Turns out that instead of deafening herself, she just had muted everybody else in the call. So then when we jumped back in, she just had me muted for some reason. What the hell is that?
I don't know what Overwolf is. Ow.
How does this happen to you? I told Caroline about Wi-Fi, and I went over to her house a couple days later, and she'd gotten an air purifier because she was afraid that there was too much Wi-Fi in the air. She's doing her best.
And I didn't fall in the obstacle course. So far. Oh! Okay, never mind.
Will.
Yes.
Oh God.
How do I get people to hear you?
Bro.
No, it's so cute.
Oh, so when I hear you singing, it reminds me of the times you'd come home for our French gift.
Oh no, my phone died. Oh no, you guys. Shit. Dad, are you watching? Oh no. Classic phone dying. Oh, I'm the worst.
You love chicken. Come on.
Farley wouldn't eat her chicken. Her chicken was that bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm nervous I've been too mean to her. Part of me is starting to think that I've caused some of this with my bullying. But I would like to rationalize with everybody and say that hurt people, and I deserve to be mean to her. Thank you.
Excited for another Friday of Jazz? Here you go. Oh my God. It's Jazz night, baby. No. No. No, we're not doing jazz. I know I said that I was probably gonna do it today, and I lied. I lied about it.
All
brick
are
was
on different
Somebody's after me.
timelines.
Nandre! Nandre!
Oh, Caroline, you just got away. He's stabbing me. He's fucking stabbing me in the corner. God.
What am I supposed to do?
He's fucking stabbing me. Caroline, do something.
What do you want from me? Nandre is stabbing me! Help, Nandre.
More lockpicks. What is this even for? Oh, hey, that's crazy.
Hey, Caroline, where'd you throw that?
I didn't. Oh, no, that was not me. Did I?
Yeah, I think you hit the throw button.
Gaslight
Oh.
Queen. I'm sorry, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Wait till you see the lockpick.
It's officially midnight.
This is
I am
huge.
32. God damn.
Happy
Stranded Shiro, thank you for the 5. Thank you, Stranded Shiro. Oh my god.
Happy birthday Why do you sound so horrible?
Why does this sound
I'm singing.
so...
I'm.
Happy birthday. This is so cute.
We delighted.
Oh my god, it's so cute!
So cute. It's actually so cute. You did that like so fast too.
It's so cute!
Wow.
Isn't Seer older? Women age differently though.
Yeah.
Like dog.
Well, it's because you're weaker.
Are you okay?
Yes.
So smooth.
Caroline, I know it's your birthday, but she's
Are you
pregnant.
okay?
You look like so
Can you make it lower?
Michigan?
My baby! My baby! Oh my god! Wait, it's a Jets fan.
Oh, then take it out, please.
It's never too
Why is there an emote of people that she got pregnant though? Why do you guys know that emote so well?
I don't
too?
know.
You guys are sick fucks. You
I
guys
don't
are
know.
sick fucks.
Brit is so
I think I would
offended.
tell my younger self
Wear sunscreen.
that you gotta just keep smiling, keep shining, 'cause that's what friends are for. No, I think I would tell her, like, enjoy life. Enjoy life. I mean, I not sound cliche, but it goes fucking fast. Life is precious. Time is precious.
We're a third done.
Okay,
If we make it to 90,
don't
we're a
say it
third
like that.
done with our life.
Don't say it like that, even though it's true.
If we make it to 90, and most people make it to like 70.
If we make it to 90, we're a third away.
Oh my god, we're gonna die soon.
But
Oh god.
Kick it, Andrew, kick it!
Playboy, Bridget Bardot. She showed me things I didn't know. She did it right there, out on the deck. Put her canine teeth in the side of my neck. I was always waiting for ya. Mini skirt and my go-go boot. I just want you to make a move. So slow down, sit down, it's new.
Oh, Melina.
Just wanna get to know ya. Guess I didn't quite think it through. Fell in love with the thought of you. So I'm faced up, face down, burned out. Baby, why don't you come over? Red, white, supernova. Falling into me. Oh, I'm so sick. Okay, we're fine.
The love of my life, Caroline.
You're a soul.
Caroline.
2 minutes. It was sick. Yeah, it was amazing. It was so good. It was so good. Every time. No, I said I love that song and Pink Pony Club and just Chapel Roan in general. Like Red Wine Supernova and Pink Pony Club, I just never get tired of. I listen to them over and over again. Yeah, take a bow. Take a bow. Dude, thank you. And thank you to everyone who's who was there for any or all of the stream moments that were featured. Yeah, it's a jam-packed year. I know. I forget about so much. I really do. I forget about so much. Oh, it's a good reminder. It's a real good reminder. Oh, boy. I'm going to watch that again. Especially the end part. Man, I really wish... I wish we could do weekly yarn streams again. I'm hoping we can bring them back soon. Because I forget how fun that was. Super duper duper fun. But tomorrow Sam and I will be getting into Minecraft. So that is our next Portal 2. And she fucking loves Minecraft. And she's a Minecraft queen. So we're going to do Minecraft. We're going to do Minecraft tomorrow. And Big Time Gaming is going to be on the menu. And then... Ah, shit. Speed Razor. Thank you for the 10. Thanks, dude. Sam is Minecraft. She really, really is. So I'm excited. She's getting like the server and everything set up, so. Restorer. Love you, dude. Okay, so I'm sorry, you guys, but I'm not gonna do Survivor tonight. I'm actually gonna pop off. 'Cause I have to get things ready for this Squid Game thing that I'm doing Thursday, but I have to do a call for it tomorrow morning, and so I have to let them know what I like. Let me just tell you, okay? I'm doing the stream, and Austin's going to be on my stream, which means I have to make sure that things are set up for both of us. No, Austin is going to be streaming with me on my stream. So if my stream is fucked up, I know. I don't even know where my second mic is. I don't know. I don't know how to set it up. I gotta text Nico. But yeah, we have a huge Squid Game production call tomorrow, and they're like, okay, please make sure if there's anything that you're gonna need by Thursday, you let us know. I'm like, oh Jesus. God, my gay husband. Anyway, anyway, you guys, I will be back tomorrow. I will hopefully I think I might be a tiny bit late, but tomorrow will be fun. We have Minecraft tomorrow. I'm gonna send you guys to Emma, and then Thursday we have a special stream. Thursday we got special stream. All right, so if you are a Minecrafter, spread the word. Spread the word to other Minecrafters that we're doing Minecraft tomorrow. And Sam wants to try and beat the game. Not like necessarily tomorrow night, but at some point. All right, y'all. Anonymous, thank you again for that video. That was amazing. Thank you guys for being here. How can we rewatch the montage vid? Oh. That's a great question. Here you go. Here you go. Oh, remind me, I want to show you guys something tomorrow. Yeah, I meant to do it tonight. I forgot. It's short, but I'll just do it tomorrow. Okay.